And we're about 8 minutes away from race 2, which kicks off the early pick 4. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. We have a Derby prep coming up this weekend. We'll talk about Jimmy Wingfield here on Saturday in New York.
Yeah, I know. Looking forward to the racing here as we're getting into nicer weather. We've been in the 50s and 60s for the majority of last week. Supposed to be nice this week, and we are now just 5 weeks away from turf racing, so a lot of good things to look forward to as well.
Yes, including that, warmer weather. Nights getting a little bit longer. We enjoy that. The sun shining as well, as we talked about. Claiborne presenting today's action. Fast here in New York, Fast in Hot Springs. Races 2 through 5 on this early coverage from New York, including the start of the pick 6 and pick 5. And then from Oaklawn, we'll bring you races 1 through 4. Their feature, that 9th, did lose a big horse, but still a very good race. We'll bring you races 9 and 10 on that second part of our coverage.
Yeah, you've got a number of horses that compete well against some of the best trails in the country earlier in their careers.
You can play it all by getting signed up right there at Naira Bets. That offer, there it is, $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. When you punch in that code and sign up, match 200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime, right there at NairaBets.com. That 2-horse that just kind of snuck through there. Major player here in this 6-furlong sprint. New York bred allowance optional claiming field. That was Gray Wing, 7-2 right now. But plenty of contention as the board reflects.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that the number 5 is not favored right now. Acoustic Avenue, I think he's a favorite in the double. And the horse that I like, the 4, Factually Correct, a much shorter price in doubles. And right now, a far, far rank outsider. But have to imagine that is going to get bet down considerably.
He was quick last start off a short rest. Moves to a new barn, was claimed off of Rudy Rodriguez. And that is strange to see 10-1.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense based on the betting. If you look at the multi-race bets, he's a much, much shorter price. We'll see how it plays out. A lot of money coming to the long layoff for Rick Dutrow with 10 Cent Town. And I was looking up some stats with Rick Dutrow. This horse has not run in 10 months. 180 to 360 days on the dirt in sprints. He's just 1 for 19 off that layoff, Rick. And you wonder if that one who's favored right now might need a race.
Yeah, 5-2. That's the outside horse, the 6 10 Cent Town. Yeah, off since May 17. But here's back to Factually Correct. And when he's at his best, is he in front?
Well, yeah. I mean, if they really want to send him, but I think both Gray Wing and heavyweight champs. Hard to believe that Romero's going to rate heavyweight champs in the rail. So he's in a position to rate. Now, he has rated and won before. If you go back to last May, I don't love him. It just seems like OK Cantermachi's been doing a good job overall. He was in a very tough spot as the speed last time. I won't want to hold that race against him. It was more of an outside flow racetrack. So I think the track was against him. And I just thought maybe the barn change might help him out. I think Acoustic Avenue is the horse to beat, but I don't love him in this spot at a short price, and he'll probably be favored.
Meanwhile, the layoff horse, there is the Rick Dutrow Jr. runner, who we talked about, the 6 10 Cent Town, off since mid-May last year. Form-wise, the one to beat, but the layoff a question.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Is he really? I mean, my 4-horse just went from 10-1 to 4-1.
Wow. Probably
not a lot of money in the pool. Didn't take too much, and we expected to even out. We just didn't think it would be that quick. But, the board reflects it. You look at his board right now, 2 3-1s, a 7-2, 4-1, and 9-2, and 5-1. What the betting right now, and we're a ways from post, is telling you is this one's wide open.
Indeed it is. They're again Factually Correct. See how aggressive they are with this 5-year-old here early on. That speed, as you mentioned, from the inside. You got Gray Wing, who comes in sharp form off that win last time as well.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a tricky race. I mean, to be fair, who in here can't win? You look through the field, and every horse here has some credentials. I don't like the 1 heavyweight champ, who's currently the longest shot. He took advantage of a track that was kind of speed last time, and I think beat a weaker field. But he's not impossible. It's not like he has no good form to go on, and maybe he's just a lightly raced horse that'll improve.
Here comes the post parade. We start with heavyweight champs coming off that victory gate to wire.
Yeah, he's kind of a last time was the time horse, and we'll see how aggressive Romero is from the rail, but you'd think he'd has to go.
Manny Franco on Gray Wing coming off a victory.
Manny probably goes initially, but he was able to rate last time. Now, he broke a little slowly last time, and I'd worry about that again.
Elysian Meadows, 4-year-old debut.
He's going to need a lot of hitting up front, and I just don't know that you're going to get it.
Factually Correct, Jaime Rodriguez.
As I said before, I had some reasons to like him and thought he was an alternative here.
4 of his 5 wins have come on this surface. The 5, Acoustic Ave, Wayne Potts trains.
Very logical. He's been running against better horses since being claimed by Wayne Potts, but the win 3 back was against a softer field.
And Jose Gomez riding for Dutrow on 10 Cent Town off that long time away.
Yeah, I have no problem with his chances off his form, but I think the layoff is a concern.
3 minutes away, race 2 to start the early pick 4. We're going to head straight to Hot Springs to kick off their card. $35,000 claiming race 2 turn mile. This is another wide open race.
I'll take the 7 maybe as the speed. I didn't really have a strong opinion here. A couple of key scratches, the 3 coming out. 7 and 8 might be able to lead this field sort of on a merry chase.
Matt Ditterman with the call as we kick off the card from Oaklawn.
We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Sunny Isle Beach gets the first call of the day. Rose Palace, the gray, is up on the pace as well. These two are nose apart as they come by us. Templar Red in the 3rd position gets a good trip right behind the leaders going into the first turn. Key to Success. Tiffany Twist going a little wide into that turn is running in the 5th position. And Penn Street drops to the back as they round the clubhouse turn. Contentious battle on the lead, but the pace is not fast at all. Sunny Isle Beach neck in front. Rose Palace right there to the outside. Tiffany Twist wants to go, is moving forward in the 4 path, and Templar Red is following that rival. 3rd and 4th onto the back stretch. They're now a length off the top 2, going down the backside. Key to Success down on the inside. 5th, just a length and a half off the pace, and another 2 to Penn Street, who watches all the action unfold in front of her. The favorite goes off at 2-1. She will attempt to do her best running later as they're halfway home. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Rose Palace neck in front now. Sunny Isle Beach to the inside, sticking to her. Templar Red 3rd, creeping in a length off the lead going into the turn. Key to Success in an all-out drive. Tiffany Twist being asked for more right now. She's giving way. Tiffany Twist dropping to the back. Penn Street passes her on the rail around the far turn. Rose Palace appears to be going a little bit better than Sunny Isle Beach, who's come under pressure. Rose Palace cruising at the top of the lane under Eric Asmussen. Rose Palace going to be tough to beat. Rose Palace opening up the lead. It's 2.5 lengths within a blink of an eye. Rose Palace coming down the lane, 3 ahead with a furlong to go. Penn Street getting rolling up the inside, but she's too far behind to catch Rose Palace, who's run away from him. Rose Palace, the daughter of Palace, winning it easily here by 5 or 6. Penn Street 2nd. Key to Success gets up for 3rd. Sunny Isle Beach was 4th.
Rose Palace, Eclipse Award-winning apprentice Eric Asmussen for Dad here with the win to kick off the card in Hot Springs.
Well, the one Penn Street's run the faster figures from a dynamic standpoint. Rose Palace had such a huge advantage. There was no way that Penn Street was able to overcome it.
Back to New York, back to the start of this early pick 4. Post time coming up. Let's check in for the first time today with Maggie Wolfendale.
We'll take a look at the layoff runners, and we've seen 10 Cent Town taking a lot of attention throughout the wagering thus far. Now, the last time I saw 10 Cent Town, he was meant to run back on June 27th. He was a late vet scratch that day as he did not warm up well. Now, looking at him physically, he actually looks best in this field. Just really well muscled, well conditioned. You know, the typical Rick Dutrow turned out horse, and that they exude health. But watching the warm up, and that's why I waited so long to kind of reserve judgment on him, I still wish he got into his stride a bit more. Now, he stayed with the pony, but not really an enthusiastic warm up. We'll see if he runs to the money he's taking. Now, number 3, Elysian Meadows, another layoff runner. You know, relatively speaking, he looks really fit and strong for him. He's not a horse that's ever really kind of filled out and gotten that big, but he looks good for him. So I appreciate seeing that. Completely dappled and really looks good considering he has spent the winter here preparing for this start back. But I do think number 5, Acoustic Ave, has the recency edge over these horses. Greg, he's going to favoritism, and he's a horse that, you know, I've seen throughout the winter. His coat's finally going the right way, and it feels like he might get the right kind of setup.
Maggie, thank you. There's Gray Wing loading up Manny Franco for Oscar Barrera.
And I think the thing to like about him is he's got good recent form, and you want to go with a horse that's been running well recently, it's Gray Wing. He was, however, a bit fortunate to win last time.
Favorite, Acoustic Ave. Wayne Potts Barn has Jose Lezcano aboard. They're again factually correct. In a race where everyone separated between 2-1 and 7-1. Race 2 starts this early pick 4. Chris Griffin with the call.
Side. Here's 10 Cent Town. Jose Gomez aboard. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed immediately from Factually Correct is right out towards the front. Gray Wing is in between horses, and at the rail, heavyweight champs Romero Mirage. Heavyweight champs towards the inside, to the outside, Factually Correct, and Jamie Rodriguez, and these two hook up early. A pace duel on the front end as they are a length and a half in front of Gray Wing, who's now switched to the 3-path. Wide Journey for 10 Cent Town is there in fourth, so they've got less than 4 furlongs to go. Acoustic Gab is second to last, and Elysian Meadows is the trailer, 22.55 for that opening quarter mile, and it's pressured up top. Factually Correct to the outside. Heavyweight champs is at the rail. Gray Wing is in full pursuit, 3 wide, and here comes Gray Wing and Manny Franco ranging up on the top 2. 4 wide is going to be 10 Cent Town, and they approach a quarter mile left to go, and they are 4 across the racetrack. Heavyweight champs with the red cap towards the inside. Still there is Factually Correct. Nice trip for Gray Wing, is trying to turn it into victory, and 10 Cent Town down the center of the racetrack. Here's Gray Wing, and Gray Wing is now the leader. Gray Wing is in front. 10 Cent Town, Elysian Meadows from last is making up a ton of ground too. Heavyweight champs is still there. Factually Correct. Gray Wing inside the final 16th is almost there. Gray Wing gets it. Elysian Meadows flew on there, gets second. Then a photo of heavyweight champs, Factually Correct, and 10 Cent Town in 1 minute 12.76 seconds.
8th career win for the 7-year-old, back-to-back for Gray Wing. Manny Franco aboard.
Got a perfect trip in here. Strangely run races. The favorite was the only one that was a complete no-show in here, and the other 5 basically hit the wire together, with Gray Wing gutting it out with a very, very good trip behind a duel that really materialized because of a super aggressive ride in the 4. I'm not knocking it, just a very aggressive ride. I got to tell you, though, the way heavyweight champ sort of hung in there, I'm starting to wonder if the rail might be a pretty good place to be, even though that horse lost. Sort of an odd race, but Gray Wing, he's had 2 successive, absolutely picture-perfect trips, and he's been able to take advantage of them.
Yeah, really set up well for him to get this win. He does at 5-1 here, 2-3-1-4. Here are the second to kick off this pick 4 with an upset. So Oscar Barrera, Manny Franco, Heart of a Warrior Racing team up.
Yeah, and a dreadful performance by Acoustic Avenue, who was, theoretically in a good spot, and he ran last. All the others showed up and ran pretty well. It was really a blanket between the other 5, and all but Acoustic Avenue running well.
So Gray Wing, 16 times 31 career starts, has been first or second. 8 wins, 8 seconds. Not a bad little career he's put together.
Been a decent winner for Oscar Barrera and Junior, Oscar the third, I should say, getting the job done. And this horse just, he has that tactical speed, but the ability to rate, and it's worked out well for him in 2 straight races.
Prices when we come back. We'll get into the pick 6 next, and we'll look ahead to the weekend of the Jimmy Winkfield 3-year-old sprinting for $125,000. T-Craft for Bill Mott. Took him 6 starts to break his maiden, then his first try against winners. He went right back to the winner's circle. Can he do it again against Stakes Company on Saturday?
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Gray Wing takes the second at Aqueduct to kick off the early pick 4 back-to-back wins for this 7-year-old. Our Fasig-Tipton winner's circle. Lead-in brought to you by the March Digital Sale on Fasig-Tipton Digital. Bidding now open. Closes this Tuesday, March 18th. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com.
And not a bad claim. He claimed the horse for $20,000 just a couple of weeks ago. Comes back today, in fact, 12 days ago, and wins a purse. His winner's share over $40,000. That's called getting out quick. So good for them.
Well
a good claim and a nice job. And another win for Manny Franco, who has been on fire.
Yeah, he's having an incredible meet with this Aqueduct winner stand. Pick 6 is next. We'll get to that in a moment. Gray Wing on a roll right now. Got a great setup to get it done. But able to cash in. $12.60 for the win. Again, 2-3-1 finish. And yeah, we'll keep our eyes on the inside and how that's playing with the way heavyweight champs ran.
Yeah, I think it's worth looking at. I mean, we saw the first winner wire on the inside, so we'll see.
Back to Oaklawn. Rose Palace. Eric Asmussen for dad here, 6-year-old mare. Wins for the 7th time in her career.
I mean, this was a rocking chair ride. You could see that Eric had a lot of horse the entire way around, disposed of the layoff horse around the turn, just drew off. And when you have that kind of tactical advantage, it was able to overcome what may have been, at least on paper, a bit of a talent disadvantage to the one. But the way he won today, tactical advantage and just much the best. Eric and Steve getting the win.
$7.40 for the win. 7-1-2. In the opener, race 2. Condition $8,000 claiming group, 4-year-olds and up who have never won 3 or have not won a race since October 14th of last year. It kicks this off, the cross-country pick 5. So races 2, 3, 4 from Oaklawn, and races 4 and 5 from New York. Get your tickets together. Good luck. This current race to kick it off, it's the 5 Dr. Soulfire favored right now at 3-1. We'll have more on that coming up in a moment.
I don't like
Several
Dr.
contenders.
Soulfire.
ABR race of the week. It is the Jimmy Winkfield for 3-year-olds sprinting for $125,000. And we talked about T-Craft going to break. Back-to-back wins now for Bill Mott.
Yeah, listen, I hope he wins for Leon Seidler, who owns him, but I don't like him in this spot. He got an absolutely perfect trip to beat Icannon here, and I honestly think that Icannon ran the better race of the 2 horses, so if I was going to take a horse out of this race, which I didn't, I prefer him. I just thought he ran a gutsier race where T-Craft just got a sensational ride. Now he's got to work out another trip from breaking down the rail where Icann draws outside, and I just think in this rematch, Icann has a tactical advantage. Like I said, didn't pick either one of them, but I prefer Icann in the rematch.
Well, Zaylas kind of was aboard for that win. He'll be back aboard on Saturday. See if he can keep this streak rolling. He faced Chancellor McPatrick in just the 2nd start of his career in a pretty good effort at Saratoga. He had a 3.5 length lead on him and somehow got nailed.
I was assured by Lee that day he had no chance. No chance today. It's the only time ever, and knowing him for as long as I have, which is a long time, that he didn't like his horse in a race.
And he nearly pulled it off against a 2-time
He felt very
winner.
bad after the race. He doesn't realize I don't care. I was glad he ran well for him.
We have a filly tackling the boys in here as well. That's Paula's a Star, who we'll get to in a moment. Meanwhile, do it for Michael. Jerry Robb trains, put together back-to-back wins in Laurel as a 2-year-old.
This is my pick in here. This is a horse that was running just about fast enough to win this race back in October. Natural improvement 4 to 5 months later. This horse could easily run a figure in the mid to high 80s, and if he does that, I believe he's going to win this race. I'm going to take him off a little bit of a freshening. I liked his form, and I thought he was very dangerous in this spot. So prefer him on a fast track.
Got some speed as well. A bullet drill for the return out of the gate. And the fact that he's going to come in fresh, you would think he's going to try and fire out of there with Kendrick Carmouche in the irons. Meanwhile, back to the filly. Lightly raced, start number 2, big jump forward, and she broke her maiden against her own sex, and now she'll tackle the boys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's impossible. I thought she kind of had the run of the race last time out. I like Tom Morley thinks he's Wesley Ward all of a sudden running fillies against boys. I think he wanted to get into a spot maybe out of town. I don't think the race filled, so he's decided to take a shot in here. And listen, other than the number 3 in this race is wide open. I don't think there's anybody on paper that doesn't have a chance. And she'd have to improve a little bit, but she's far from impossible.
Well, she got it done on the lead to break her maiden, but
might be a little more contentious
yes.
in this race. Yeah.
So we'll see if Maddie Oliver's able to pull this off for the Tom Morley barn coming up on Saturday. Adds a little extra intrigue to that Jimmy Wingfield race 4, 2:47 Eastern on that Saturday card.
That's right. Will you be on? You'll be on. Yeah. You're coming on around 2:30.
Yeah.
I'm hosting a little early.
Are you?
Then I'm sticking around with you just for the Jimmy Wingfield.
Okay,
I want to be with you for the Jimmy Wingfield. I think it's important for both of us.
It is. Very good race.
Named after a great man and a great rider.
Which we will tell you a lot more about tomorrow. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. We'll get into the Pick 6 coming up. We're 13 minutes away. There's a look at one of the main contenders coming up. Pick 6 Success, Raw Power, Rachel Sells, Manny Franco. We'll try to add another coming up.
And clear off at the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. To the inside, here comes CC Rocket up the rail, Jackie's Warrior. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. CC Rocket was second, Jackie's Warrior settles for third today.
The power of Juddmonte.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
Back on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2, and it is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Beautiful grounds as we get set for the Pick 6 coming up here in New York. And this is right around the corner. Belmont at the Big A. Spring Summer Meet kicks off May 1st. We have that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival at Saratoga, June 4th through the 8th. Go to belmontstakes.com/tickets to be part of the incredible action.
Now, so 2 weeks in that 2-month period, I should say 9-week period, we'll be in Saratoga. You ready?
Yes, I am.
It's getting warmer up there. It's been nice up there.
Is
Talking
it?
to my mom last night, yeah.
That's good news. Yeah, we get a little extra dose of
that place.
Grand area.
I guess the snow's all gone.
More Saratoga is the one exception where less is not more.
Not a bad thing.
More is more.
Yeah, I mean, for people who don't understand, we obviously we're not going to run. We can't run the Belmont Stakes at Aqueduct. People say you should have run it here. Okay, where are the people going to sit? Most of the track is not accessible. So we're running there until Belmont reopens, which will probably include being in Saratoga next summer, and the July 4th weekend moving there. It just works better. The July 4th weekend is a big weekend of racing, and until we're back at Belmont Park, it makes a lot of sense to bring it up to Saratoga. It's a great weekend of racing with both the Belmont Oaks and the Belmont Derby.
Is there a fireworks plan for after the races?
Are you thinking of setting some off?
If there's no plan by Naira, I can take it upon myself.
Well, you live in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn is, when I lived in Brooklyn, it was like a war zone during 4th of July. But I think they have fireworks in Saratoga.
Okay.
I don't think doing the track with the horses around is a great idea, but I know they have them. I don't think it's in Congress Park. I think it might be by one of the parking. I'm not sure.
We will check on that. We'll get that.
Oh, they definitely have fireworks there. Yeah. That I know.
Pick 6 next on our Friday card. We're going to kick it off with this $10,000 claiming 1 turn mile, and that's your favorite right now. Raw Power. Manny Franco looks to add another.
Well, I don't want a horse with no speed in a race that has absolutely no speed on paper. So that's going to preclude me from liking that horse. Now, 3 of them come out of the race where Everly Girl won, but got the absolute dream trip up a Gold Rail. Now, Condiment Girl, in my opinion, ran the best race of any of them because she was 3-4 wide around the racetrack, whereas the 7, Raw Power, sat in the rail for the most part in the race and angled out late. I don't like any of these horses. If I was going to take anyone, it would be Condiment Girl, but I'm not thrilled with either one of them. I suppose Everly's Girl could be the speed here, which might move up her chances, but I didn't particularly like her. I like the 3, My Royal Vow, who's just dropping down if running against better horses, and I thought if she ran her last race, her race 2 back, she would win. No surprise, she's taking a lot of money in this race.
She's going to be stretching back out in distance. There she is for Paul Barrow. Lane Luzzy will ride. In the last few starts, she has been sprinting 6 furlongs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the will pays here. Raw Power, a heavy favorite looking at the pick 3 will pays, and their office noticeable. The second choice does feel like it's going to be My Royal Vow. I think the favorite, Raw Power, is a dramatic bet against in this race. She wins, I lose.
But right now, 2-1 favorite. As we get a look at Condiment Girl, Christopher Elliott, rider change, will be aboard. Again, the one who just missed Everly's Girl last time out.
As I said, I think she's the one. If you want anybody out of that race, she's the one that you want. But the pace is very murky here, and we'll see if somebody looks to be aggressive. Even a horse like Carbon could be forward. I imagine Everly's Girl will be forward in here, but there ain't going to be too much pace in here, and we'll see how that affects some of the runners in here, like April Antics, who has no speed, as Oscar Barrera looks to win 2 races in a row, and I think he has a chance to do it with this filly.
Riders up, and we saw the 3 My Royal Vow just move to favoritism with Lane Luzzy.
I doubt she's favored by post time, though. The 7 looks like a pretty heavy favorite in multi-race bets.
And there's Manny Franco. Leg up, hops aboard. 5 minutes away from this 3rd race. Again, kicks off this pick 6. And we'll kick things off here in a moment with Condiment Girl. Again, Christopher Elliott for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, see if they can take advantage of the rail in there and be a little bit aggressive with her. To me, as I've said, she's the one you want out of that race, even though she's not the one they're betting the most out of it.
Used to have a little bit of sprint speed.
Yep.
Here's April Annex at 7:01.
Her lack of speed hurts in her recent form a little bit troubling, but I do think she has a chance, especially if you're against a lot of the horses in here, as I am.
Paul Barrow Barn, My Royal Vow.
I worry about her lack of speed, but I like the mile distance for her. She was against the track, which was in Silas time. I think she makes a lot of sense.
Everly's Girl coming off that win against Condiment Girl and Raw Power.
Couldn't have gotten a better ride from Heeman Harkey last time out.
And he's back aboard today. Here's Carbon.
A lot of money for this horse early, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to put this horse in the lead.
Not one in a long time. Here's Wait, Don't Tell Me, Wayne Potts.
I'm not going to wait anymore. I'm going to tell you the recent form this horse can't win.
18-1. Yeah, board would say the same. And the favorite, back to Raw Power.
Yeah, I think this is a very, very dubious favorite in this race. I don't understand what all the appeal of a horse other than Manny Franco that doesn't have any speed in a paceless race.
Pick 6, pool. You see on your screen, almost 18,000. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And while I totally agree with what Andy has said, when it comes to that common race of February 22nd, that Condiment Girl, I think, ran the best race, though none of them really catching my eye in the paddock. Like I said, I would take Condiment Girl, especially at that 5-to-1 price. But number 3, My Royal Vow, is one that has caught my eye in tougher spots going back to her last 2 efforts here on the NYRA circuit. Now, it is worrisome that she's only ever won on the synthetic, but at this level, I think she deserves a chance here. And Paul Barrow, I think, does a tremendous job. I know his percentage here at NYRA wouldn't necessarily reflect that, but it's a tough row to hoe when you're bringing horses from Finger Lakes and competing on this circuit during the winter, but really well conditioned, very strong hindquarters, and she's a bigger mare. So I don't mind the stretch back out in distance. One that I do like the stretch back out as well is number 6 in here, Wait, Don't Tell Me. But then again, she's kind of a horse that they don't really know what distance she's best at because she's not a winning type, at least as of late. But I will say, second off the claim here for Wayne Potts, I do like the fact that she gets more ground to work with because she is a mare that struggles to find her stride quickly. She kind of falls out of the gate and then she just takes a while to develop it because she is so long and so stretchy, and those horses do take time to get their feet underneath of them. So while she's not one I particularly like because she never really carries that much conditioning, I do think this is the right spot for her. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 2 minutes to post here coming up in this pick 6. We'll get back to it in a moment. Going to head back to Hot Springs. Race 2, 7 minutes away. 6 furlong sprint, 4-year-olds and up. All running for sale here. Tag of $8,000. We start with Super Brady, trained by Ike Green.
Well, is a speed, but I wonder if it's going to be outrun early by Metallic Man outside of him.
Here is Metallic Man, Ricardo Santana Jr. It's David Jacobson second off the claim.
Yeah, he's going to have to improve a lot as he does drop down.
Worth Looking, same price, right next door.
I think he's one of the ones that could win this race, and it's a generous price right now as he too drops down.
Burning Leaves, huge number, just claimed, didn't do much running.
Yeah, it does turn back in distance off the claim. Not one for me off the recent form.
Phil D'Amato Barn with a horse cutting back in distance.
I have no idea what the appeal of this horse. He looks like a turf horse to me.
Blowtorch. Eric Asmussen looks for the early double.
Yeah, he's had a better shot in the first. It's just a little tougher. But he's dropping.
Wet and Wild, Norm McKnight trains.
Wet, Wild, and Y. For me, looks like a synthetic horse to me.
Cost basis we used to see on this circuit.
Yeah, he's not a winning type, but he is turning back in distance, and I think is a major player at an overlaid price right now.
Here's Larry's Legend, another one with a little bit of pace.
He's no Larry Bird.
No, he's not. Francisco Arrieta will ride. Warp Ride, Walter de la Cruz aboard.
I just don't see how you can take him off his recent form. Another horse that seems to be better on synthetic.
And could be an Asmussen early double. Steve with his son Keith here on Derby Date.
I think this horse is dangerous. I don't know how much trouble he really had, but he sort of just never really got in a position where he could do a lot of running. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about his last start. Obviously, he ran well 2 back. He's dangerous in here. I wouldn't take 5-2. I thought any of the 1, 3, 9, and 12 were dangerous. I'd like to try to get the 3 and 9 there at prices.
We'll get back to that race momentarily. Right now, start of this pick 6 from here in New York. Post time coming up. Favorite remains Raw Power. 2-1 as we get a look here at Wait, Don't Tell Me. That price has significantly come down.
Oh, yeah, and here. I'm going up. What? Yeah. Wow, that horse was 18-1.
Yeah.
Wait. What is the appeal of this horse? Dropping down in class, I guess? I mean, was 8-5 when a distant second behind Raw Power 2 races back. But, geez, I didn't see the appeal. This is not an easy race. And while I prefer the 3, 5-2 isn't exactly doing a lot for me, but I do prefer that horse.
Well, major lack of consistency for a lot of these, and as a result.
Well, I think, for me, whether right or wrong, I don't want anybody out of the second race on February 22nd, so I'm against the 1, 4, and 7. Carbon's a little tough to make. I suppose anything's possible in a field like this if the horse gets loose. I don't see wait, don't tell me, and that just kind of leaves me with the 2 and 3, and I prefer the 3 of them.
There's the 2 at 7:01 moving in. And here is My Royal Vow, who for a moment was the favorite. Second choice on the board right now with Lane Luzzy. Set for the pick 6 on this Friday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
My Royal Vow stepping forward. Carbon's in. Wait, don't tell me. Raw Power to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Carbon flashes early speed, and in between horses, here comes My Royal Vow, who's in the early mix, and at the rail, that's Condiment Girl. Condiment Girl battles on here with My Royal Vow, and they're going to be 1-2 with now Condiment Girl pressing on is up by a neck. Back to second is going to be My Royal Vow as they come out of the chute. There's Everly's Girl, who's tracking 3 wide, and Carbon is 4 wide in that early group. Just behind them, that's April Antics, who's tracking in 5th. Wait, don't tell me is second to last, and the trailer, Raw Power. The leader is Condiment Girl, 23.67 for the opening quarter mile. Carbon, still close to the pace, is now back to within a neck of the leader. Losing some ground there was My Royal Vow, and My Royal Vow is shoved along, is not making up ground right now, is back to 3rd. Pass to the inside by April Antics and Koa. They're challenging now for the 3rd spot, hold the rail position through a 47.50 half-mile time. 3 wide, Everly's Girl is trying to launch a rally. Wait, don't tell me, and the trailer, Raw Power. Carbon has kicked on. Carbon and Omar Hernandez Moreno trying to win it right now, and they're sprinting away from the field, quickly up by 3. April Antics is about to split rivals. Condiment Girl backs out of it. My Royal Vow is all in and not cutting in the margin. They reach the top of the stretch. Carbon is way off the rail, but Carbon is in front. Here comes Raw Power, found a seam as they really drifted out there to the top of the stretch. Carbon's going to have to hold off Raw Power to the inside, and April Antics as they chase this leader. Carbon needs a final furlong. It's Carbon still fending him off. Raw Power to the inside. April Antics continues to chase. Inside the final 16th. Carbon's almost there. Carbon wins it. Carbon wins it over Raw Power. April Antics and wait, don't tell me. In 1:41.64 seconds.
Carbon, you heard the call from Chris Griffin. Omar Hernandez Moreno trying to win it early and does just that.
Love the ride. Love the aggressive ride. Love trying to steal the race. Worked out well. It's been a long time between drinks for Carbon. Has not won a race in a long time, but gets win number 4 today.
5 and 7. Your winner and Raw Power both claimed out of that race as we go back to Oaklawn. Let's check in for the first time today with Richie Migliori. Mig, how are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing? It's another nice day here. It got a little overcast. We got a little bit of rain, but it cleared out. It's lightened up quite a bit. Pretty steady tailwind down the backstretch. It's supposed to get stronger through the day, but right now it doesn't seem like it's affecting much. We'll start with the 9 cost basis. We're going 6 furlongs here, $8,000 claimers. This is a horse turning back in distance, and he's kind of done this through his career. He'll stretch out, turn back. And I like it. I just think it adds a certain amount of stamina into a horse. It was something Michael Hushin believed in years ago. He'd stretch a sprinter out, and he didn't want you to slow them down. He wanted them to run hard And if they got tired, he knew they were going to be better turning back. This horse set a very fast pace last time for the level, 46 and 4, going a mile and a 16th. And I like him on the turn back. He looks terrific, warmed up really, really well. And that's something that's very important when you're watching lower level horses, how they're moving, how free they are. I liked what I saw, and you get Tyler Bacon, and you guys know I am a fan. The 12 Derby Date makes a lot of sense. I think there's a lot of speed signed on here. He's a horse that's going to come from off the pace. He gets Keith Asmussen for his dad, Steve. They won the first race with Eric Asmussen aboard for his father quite easily. And I just think this horse is going to sit the right trip. He is your favorite, but I do think he has a lot of things going in his favor, guys.
Mig, thank you. Yeah, he is the one to beat from that outside post. 5-2 here on this 4-time winner. 9-year-olds. Wow, a 9-year-old by Will Take Charge.
I don't have any problem with him kind of being the horse to beat. I don't love the odds on him. I think he makes a lot of sense. I'd rather bet him at 5-2 than the number 5 horse at 7-2, Dr. Soulfire. I just don't have any confidence is really particularly proficient on the dirt. I think the 9 at 6-1 as a turn back is a very, very viable play, and I also thought the 3 worth looking not impossible.
Remember, Will Take Charge running just it seems like a couple of years ago. Now he has 9-year-olds.
So it wasn't a couple of years ago, is what you're saying.
Time flies.
You're
in
right.
sport.
It doesn't.
Yes.
So he ran over a
I mean, we
decade
covered
ago.
those races.
Yeah. Wow.
Favorite, the son of Will Take Charge, Derby Date. Can Steve Asmussen get this early double with both of his boys aboard here? Keith trying to get one on Derby Date. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Pieces at today's National Horse Players Championship Handicapping Contest, taking place today through Sunday at the Horseshoe Las Vegas. 800 entries are competing for an $825,000 first prize. Best of luck to all the competitors out at the Horseshoe. One more runner to load in. Derby Date to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Even dispatch after the start. Burning Leaves had to slam on the brakes, went in tight, and he's well out of it early. Wet and Wild on the lead today with cost basis. Larry's Legend parked 3 wide. These 3 across the track. Warp Ride setting up shop right behind them in 4th. He's alongside of Worth Looking and Metallic Man, who's down on the rail. Blowtorch joining that trio. Dr. Soulfire eases off a pack, and he's now 5 lengths off the lead in the Flurry Racing colors. Derby Date outside of him. Gap of 3 to Super Brady, who has runner beat, and that's Burning Leaves as they go into the far turn. Cost basis leads the way, putting away Wet and Wild, who's back in 3rd while under pressure. Larry's Legend in the 2nd position, attempting to make up some ground, and these 2 are together now in the lead. Cost basis and Larry's Legend. Wet and Wild, 2 lengths behind all in. Worth Looking being asked for more. He's making a little bit of a move here, and then comes Dr. Soulfire as they come down the lane. He's going to get to the outside, producing his challenge. Cost basis has the lead. Some brushing there between Dr. Soulfire and a weakening Worth Looking. Here comes Dr. Soulfire and Metallic Man's moving with him. They're after Cost Basis. Cost Basis 16th to go. The leader by 2 now. Dr. Soulfire into 2nd, but that's the best he'll do. Cost Basis to win it under Tyler Bacon. Dr. Soulfire's 2nd. Metallic Man 3rd. 4th was Larry's Legend.
Cost basis, Tyler Bacon, aggressive early, and the move pays off.
Yeah, I didn't think he'd be in front early, but it turned out to be the right move. He was a very logical horse, as we said before the race, cutting back in distance. He's not a router, and he was able to get it done as he went from 6-1 to 4-1 in the last flash.
And part of the reason why Mig's such a big fan of this young rider. Tactically makes the right move in this spot.
Yep.
And able to go gate to wire for the win.
Yep, gets the job done. And it's a horse that had just, I don't know why they kept running him going long, and it just seemed to be in the right spot in this situation. He ran very well to get the job done.
Wins it 4-1.
Been a long time for him since he won. Well, he won last March. How about this? Exactly a year. His last win, March 14th.
Yeah.
Beware the Ides of March. Tomorrow's the Ides of March.
4-1 win cost basis. Prices when we come back. Derby Trail picking up again on Saturday for the Virginia Derby. 50 points to the winner. Bob Baffert sending getaway car off that Sunland Derby victory in his 3-year-old debut. Going to go back-to-back for Baffert. Stay with us.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to Three Chimneys.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here of America's Day at the Races. Thanks for being with us. Carbon scores the upset here at 7-1 to kick off the pick six.
Yeah, has not gotten the job done in a while, but found the right field to do it. And you have to give a lot of credit to the ride. I thought Moreno Hernandez gave us an extremely good ride. He was aggressive at the right time. The pace was honest, but there really wasn't a lot of speed in the race, and just sort of broke the race open. And not a lot of horses able to come and get it. It looked like April Antics got a very good ride, was going to get there. May did the best he could with raw power, but the tactical advantage really worked against that horse.
Long time since this 6-year-old mare had won. Gets her picture taken again today for just the 4th time in her career in 38 starts.
Tom Morley claimed her.
Wow.
She have some value as a broodmare.
Raw power claimed by Rick Dutro Jr. as well. So 2 taken out of the race. Top 2 finishers.
Okay.
Back to Oaklawn. Cost basis. This 8-year-old that we saw quite a bit on the New York circuit in years past wins it 4-1.
Yeah. And like I said, nice ride to get it done here. Good job.
Tyler Bacon, 5-pound apprentice, continuing to impress, closing in on 30 wins now at the meet, in the top 5 in the standings.
Well, I mean, listen, he has been riding. It's not the Mig isn't his only fan. You know, he's clearly shown that he really can ride in this colony, and give him a lot of credit. It's a good aggressive ride by him. It's a Mig-like ride. An aggressive ride.
Yeah.
I mean, I kid around a lot, but you know, one of the things that happened in New York where there's less speed in the races is the Mig retiring. Been a while, but in all seriousness, I mean, he was an aggressive rider. He and Jorge Chavez were 2 very aggressive riders, and both of them retired at similar times. And it took a lot of the aggressive riders out of the racing.
Derby Trail, things picked back up Saturday. Virginia Derby, $500,000 purse. And 50 points to the winner to get into that starting gate for Saturday in May. As we take a look at the leaderboard, John Hancock on that list was scheduled or entered, I should say, to run in this race, but is going to opt instead for the Louisiana Derby.
Yeah. Well, it felt like with Brad with 2 horses in here that he was, putting this one in as sort of insurance against the other getting sick and won't be playing. And calling card coming out as well, we believe. Kirk Wyckoff told me they were scratching.
John Hancock for Brad Cox, undefeated, 2 for 2, won sprinting, first time out of Tampa, stretched out, won the Sam F. Davis with an 84 Beyer speed figure, but a horse who still has a lot of upside, very lightly raced.
Yeah, I mean, when they start saying horses have upside, and you're right, he does have upside, that usually means that's like, good personality. He better have some upside. But I guess the Louisiana Derby got a lot easier with that horse who won the Wizard Star getting hurt.
We'll see how he fares.
I Getaway Car is going to be tough. You think you're going to get 9 to 5 on him?
Likely no. Bob Baffert, a Rat Ortiz Jr., so no chance. This is a look at that Sunland Park Derby win. This was the 3-year-old return. He got a 92 Beyer, best figure he's ever run in that comeback.
But he does come out of that LaSalle Derby. It might have been a better race than it looks, right? A race that we saw journalism come back and improve dramatically. Yeah, so I don't think this race came out of absolutely nowhere. And he's just better than the horses on paper in this race. I don't want to make a big case against him. If I was going to take a shot with somebody in here, is maybe to be like the second horse in this race. It's not Rapture, who I think is going to be overbet because of Brad Cox. Not that he's impossible. I think an interesting horse here is American Promise, the maiden for Wayne. Not a maiden, the horse for Wayne Lucas.
Let's go to Rapture, though. So start number 2 for Brad Cox, son of Uncle Mo. Goes a mile and a 16th at Oaklawn and dominates to get his maiden win in start number 2.
Yeah, I mean, he was hard-ridden to get the win in here, but he improved off his debut, and I won't be shocked if he runs better in here. But I don't think there's anything that exciting about him to say that he's necessarily better than Authentic Gallop, Tom Amos's horse outside of him. And I think the interesting horse might be American Promise against Nick Juarez for this race.
For D. Wayne Lucas, who was off a maiden win, yeah. Little battle test. Tried the Southwest, tried the Risen Star.
Thought he ran well in the Southwest, actually, all things considered. And the Risen Star was a little tough for everybody, given the winner.
So that is coming up on Saturday from Colonial Downs. Big crowd expected.
Yeah, I talked to Travis Stone. I was asking Travis Stone if he thought more people would hear him call the races there or Nick Tamaro down at Sam Houston. And, they have a little rivalry going. We're all good friends. And Travis said they're sold out for tomorrow.
Wow.
Told me the governor's coming. Told me the governor's coming.
Big day.
I think the governor's is going to be Travis, which is highly understandable.
So for John Hancock, going to opt for March 22nd. Those 100 points in that Louisiana Derby at Fairgrounds. We've arrived. This one Saturday, and then all the big time races coming up. We're already here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an odd race, a race that's been a turf race in the fall for many, many years, and for some reason Churchill Downs decided they needed another prep and opened Colonial for a 3-day meet in the middle of March. Well, there you go.
When we return, I've been a fan of this one for a long time. 9-year-old Amundsen. Had a lot of wins over that career. 15 times he's got his picture taken. Right now he's a 2-1 favorite in against New York Breds for a $25,000 claiming tag. Late pick 5 is next.
Charge, it is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Justify comes roaring home. He's just an immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
And a to the front here. Arabian Lion to win the Grade 1, Woody Stevens. One minute, 21 and 3/5 seconds.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back on our Friday coverage, you're watching America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2, and there is the 9-year-old 15-time winner, Amundsen, who had a little win streak going. He had won 4 in a row until a long layoff, and that finally came to an end last time out.
Yeah, you have to ask yourself how much he needed this race last time. He kind of tired from chasing Dot's Dollar. So he was chasing that one a little outside. The rail and speed were good this day. Dot's Dollar was sort of gifted the race. Got a little tired, got run down for second by Tetsu in a narrow defeat. He's supposed to run better second off a layoff. They're employing the double waiver in here to keep him running for a waiver. I guess he's the worst to beat, but I think there are a lot of horses in here that can win. I picked Pop Coyer, who's going to have to improve, but I thought might be a little interesting. Didn't have much chance against the track last time. Excellent timing scares me as a potential loose speed as well.
And here's Pop Coyer, and yeah, he is interesting. Second off the claim, I should say, for Chris Engelhart. 7-1, surprisingly, right now. Eric Cancel will ride.
Well, the board's a bit skewed because of all the money Excellent Timing is taking, and I think that's the reason you're seeing other horses outside the 1 and 7 at bigger prices. And maybe the feeling with Excellent Timing is the track may help him wire the field. Oh, even money now in Excellent Timing.
Money, wow.
Yeah, there was a bet made earlier that appeared to have been canceled, but now it appears to be back in. It's a little bit strange.
That one for Rudy Rodriguez, the 5 Excellent Timing, second off the claim. 6-1 morning line, even money right now on the 5.
Well, I mean, he's a very hard horse to take on his form. He hasn't run a competitive race in quite a while, since last June at Saratoga in the slop. On the other hand, he does feel like he's the controlling speed. I think he's faster than Stewie, the number 2, so maybe he'll be able to wire the field.
And he's got some races that bury this group too, right?
Well, he's got some races that would be competitive in stake races at some point. He may be as fast a horse as there is in the ground. His early speed is remarkable. I mean, he is extremely fast early. Stamina has always been a bit of an issue with him, but at this point, the way he's being bet, he has the perspective, I should say, has the potential to be one of the great they news of 2025, right? Because I don't think it would, if David Aragona didn't have him a short price, I don't think it was easy to predict him being this short a price.
Ruben Silveira will be back aboard. You just saw him get a leg up. There's Scaramanga and then forward move. 9-5 morning line. 7-2 from that outside post. Linda Rice, Kendrick Carmouche team up.
But both the 1 and 7 are obviously much bigger price right now because of all the money going for Excellent Timing. We'll see how much that changes as time goes on.
Here is Amundsen, Christopher Elliott.
Yeah, we'll see how much he needed his last race. Can he bet back to those good efforts? I'm a little bit suspect, but I kind of feel like he's the logical horse to beat.
Here's Stewie, Manny Franco for Chris Engelhart.
He's got to deal with the speed of Excellent Timing and then hold off the others. Good luck.
Persistent Danger, Matty overrides.
The reason this horse is 38-1 is he moves up in class with no races that make him competitive.
One you like here, 10-1, Pop Coyer.
Yeah, I thought he was a bit against it off the claim for Chris Engelhart. I'll give him one more chance for Chris.
Again, 6-1 morning line. Those back races, they are there, but the recent form struggling for Excellent Timing.
Yeah, no, I could never bet him at this price. I thought he was a little interesting as possible speed at a price, but not at 6-5. But maybe they know something.
Scaramanga, trained by Lolita Shibmangle, second off the claim.
For James Bond fans, but does have some races that are fast enough to be a fringe player at the worst.
Man with the Golden Gun fans, 8-1. And then outside forward move, Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice.
Beat a pretty uncompetitive 4-horse field 2 races back. Now was up against it last time out. On the other hand, didn't do much running in that race. Can see him getting it done, but I didn't love his chances. He's a player, I guess.
2-back winner against New York bred A Other Than Company. You could play this pick 5 right there. Naira Bets. Get that offer for new members. $200 deposit match sign up bonus when you punch in match 200 at sign up. Again, right there at NyraBets.com. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Based on his recent form, I never in a million years thought Excellent Timing would see this short of a price again in his career. Now a 7-year-old, but yeah, making his second start for the Rudy Rodriguez barn, and a horse that definitely shows you a lot of times how he's going to run based upon his pre-race appearance and behavior. Now, he has put on some weight and conditioning, which he was not carrying. Since that layoff from June to September, he just did not look like the same horse. But he is a guy that has gone up and down physically throughout his entire career, even when he was in the barn of Rob Atris's, and he did throw in those really good races. You could tell when he was going to do that and when he wasn't. So looking at him, yes, I do think he's back on the upswing, but to take this short of a price, I'm not totally sold on that. As a horse who is second off the bench is number 1, Amundsen, whom I agree with Andy, totally ran like a horse who needed his last start. But I'm not sure if he still doesn't need one, because he just looks a bit heavy. When this horse puts in those very good efforts, and he does have a lot of them through his career as a 9-year-old now, he just looks really fit. And I can't necessarily say that about him today. But again, these older horses, sometimes they just win on back class alone. But the horse that I liked on paper that looks the best overall is number 7 in here, Forward Move. And I get why Andy's saying not to like him. I totally heed that, because how can you be that impressed with his performance 2 back? But last time, he just physically did not fit with his foes last time. You could see it, that it was so much of a deeper, more competitive field than I think what he meets today. Like I said, there's several in here that have that back class, and could they find it easily? Yes, 100%. But Forward Move just warmed up beautifully with Kendrick Carmouche aboard, really jumped in the bridle, and it's just the best turned out overall. So I'm going to land on him here in this spot. Greg?
Maggie, thank you.
I'm not wildly against the 7. It's my cup of tea at a short price, and he can certainly win this race. I'm just looking for a little bit of a price here with the 4 on a horse that I want to give one more chance after being in sort of a no-shot spot last time out. But he's not exactly a horse that's particularly fast races. I could see Forward Move winning here, especially if you don't like the 1. And Maggie has some concerns that horse might, need another start.
I think there's no question, too, when you look at this board, the value play, it's not even close, is Pop Coyer, the 4, at 8-1.
I think it's a very generous price, and obviously the board's a bit skewed because of all this money that Excellent Timing is taking in here. And maybe it'll end up being prescient money. I won't be surprised if it is, but he's not exactly a horse that's easy to bet at 2-1 unless you sort of know he's going to win, right?
A little difficult to see, or did you not feel this way? I thought the 1, 4, 5, and 7, your winner pretty much comes out of that group.
Well, I picked the race 4, 1, 7, 5. So okay. Yeah, I would say I agree with that. I mean, I'm not going to take a big stand against somebody else if somebody wants to bet a price in here, especially if, I don't think the 1 and 7 are any great shakes, but they're the horse to beat.
There's the 3 stepping in. There's Pop Coyer. So 8-1 of those contenders, main contenders we mentioned. No question, that 5-year-old the best price. Eric Cancel for Chris Engelhart. Set for the start of this late pick 5. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Excellent Timing. Scaramanga. Forward Move to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Persistent Danger shows early speed from in between horses. Pop Coyer's right there, too. Scaramanga is going to join them 3 across the racetrack. Is at the rail. Stewie is on the move, and Stewie is now put a neck in front. It's Stewie with the speed to the outside of Scaramanga. They're 1-2. Pop Coyer's dropping off of them, is back to 3rd. Now being passed towards the outside here. Here comes Excellent Timing is right there with Forward Move. Tightly at the rail is Amundsen, who's going to get position and moves on through. Pop Coyer just had to steady, is losing ground quickly. The trailer, Persistent Danger, 22-4 for that quick opening quarter mile. Stewie is the leader. Stewie and Manny Franco up by a half length, and they start to extend the margin. Stewie is trying to sprint away from the field as they approach a quarter mile left to go. It's Stewie right there in the 2 past Scaramanga. Forward Move, 3 wide, is ready to give chase, and here comes Forward Move, trying to rally on. At the rail, though, it's Stewie who's finding plenty. Stewie's got the lead. Scaramanga continues to chase. Excellent timing is trying to run on. Also right there, Forward Move. Amundsen starts to commence a rally, and here comes Amundsen. Green Cap is making up big ground now. It's Forward Move who's ready to challenge and take the lead. Amundsen is the threat on the grandstand side. Forward Move, Amundsen, Forward Move, got it. Over Amundsen, then came a photo that was Stewie to the inside of Scaramanga in 1 minute 13.24 seconds.
Forward Move, Linda Rice. Kendrick Carmouche, 4th win, 13 career starts, holding off that late charge from Amundsen, the 9-year-old.
Yeah, and the 2 favorites end up running 2 logical horses, 1-2 in this race. Amundsen ran. I'm amazed that Stewie outran the number 5. Excellent timing. And even though he finished like 3rd or 4th in here, it does make me think the rail continues to be a decent place to be, as he kind of outran his odds, but the 2 favorites in inverted order. Well, actually not. The winner was the 3rd choice. Is excellent timing, who did finish last. Took a lot of money. So the answer is they didn't know.
No, they did not. Not on this occasion. So Forward Move with the victory as the 3rd choice on the board at 5-2. 7-1-2-6. For a moment, we had 2 massive long shots. Looked like they might steal the show here with Stewie and Scaramanga. They backed up. And 2 of your main contenders wind up running 1-2.
Yeah, got some decent trips in here and got it done. And there were some non-efforts. Pop Queer wasn't winning, but I don't quite understand how he went from being forward in here to Eric dragging him back to last like that, but he wasn't winning.
To Hot Springs, race 3. Starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint. Fillies, mares 3 and up. And we're going to kick things off with a favorite here in a moment for Ron Moquette. Daisy Duke coming off a very good performance last time out to get the 2nd win of her career.
Yeah, but she has absolutely no speed in a race where there is no speed signed on. I would never take her at 6-5.
She's not a joke, Francisco Arrieta.
Well, she's not a joke, but she's kind of tough to make in this race.
Zinjan Spitfire for Boyd Castor.
Boy, that just rolled off your tongue. That was very impressive, Greg.
I was guessing. Our keepsake, D. Wayne Lucas, off since December.
Well, we'll see. It was a muddy track last time in the Oaklawn race.
Mac Robertson barn. No, this one moving to his barn, Miss Mikos.
Yeah, I thought this horse might be okay and could be forward in here.
And Tyler Bacon looks to go back-to-back. Itzel blinkers come off, 1 with speed.
I prefer Itzel in this race. I thought he could wire the field.
And Copper M. Here's Eric Asmussen for Dad here at 6-1.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that the better races recently are out of town.
And Scrupulous, maybe the only one who can put some heat early on Itzel?
Maybe show some speed, though I think that Miss Miko, especially the way Tyler Bacon is aggressive, is possible. But, geez, Itzel at 9-2, I'm not going to be able to resist that. I'm curious what the Mig will think.
So back to, wow, even money now. Daisy Duke, Ron Moquette barn. And this was back on February 28th. Career best, well, matched a career best number, but this time it was able to get the picture taken as well.
Yeah, look, I'm not knocking this horse, obviously. I don't know. I just kind of prefer others in the race. It's not always really a question of who you absolutely like in the race. It's who you like relative.
Ricardo Santana Jr. was aboard for that victory. He is back aboard today. Mig, what do you think here of this short price favorite?
Well, it's just so interesting the way Andy framed it, because on my notes when I was handicapping the race was, what kind of a trip does she get from the inside? Now, she doesn't have speed per se, and listen, Ricardo will be aggressive and try to get position, but she just doesn't have the same amount of natural speed. From a physical perspective, she could not look any better. Ron Moquette is having a tremendous meeting. He's in the fight, in contention for leading trainer with Steve Asmussen. His barn is going good. At a short price, though, I do have questions about what kind of trip she's going to work out, and that would lead me in other directions. The 4, Our Keepsake, her recent form is not good. but all of her races with Nick Juarez are good, and she actually showed a bit more speed with Nick Juarez. Sometimes a horse and a rider kind of click, and Wayne Lucas has been using Nick Juarez quite a bit again, kind of splitting it up between him and the apprentice, Tyler Bacon. I do agree that the 6, Itzel, should be long gone as far as pace. I mean, this horse is the fastest horse in the race early. The one thing that I worry about, this horse has never won on dirt. All the good races, better races are on turf, although she did flash speed on dirt, and she should be by herself, alone on the lead. It led me to the 7, Copperum. I do think this filly can lay close. She doesn't have the kind of speed that Itzel has. She looks great. Steve Asmussen's barn is going great. Like I said, things are really kind of heated up after a slow beginning when training was interrupted by weather. And I just thought this one could sit the trip. If Itzel can't see it through, I think she's the one getting first run and basically stalking from the outside. So I landed on the 7, Copperum, with the caveat that Daisy Dukes is probably the best horse. I just don't see the trip that she's going to work out.
Yeah, the inside post for the 6-5 favorite, not with much speed at all, and going to get swallowed up from that inside. See what Ricardo Santana Jr. does. Back to New York, forward move. Kendrick Carmouche, Linda Rice holding off that late charge from Amundsen for the win here.
Yeah, Amundsen did run much better today, but forward move had a little bit better position and able to get it done. A surprisingly good effort by Stewie racing down on the rail.
Yeah, that 2-horse long shot. Putting in a pretty good effort here. Weakens late. In the end, forward move just too much for Linda Rice. Claimed this one back in 2023 at Saratoga for $40,000.
Gets the job here, found the
Third
right
win
spot.
now with Linda.
It's amazing this horse paid $7 in here. It was morning line favorite.
Yeah, 9 to 5.
Yeah. Well, all that money for, which we'll never know why, for excellent timing, who couldn't even make the lead over Stewie.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bad sign for him.
Back to Oaklawn for this 3rd. Minute to post coming up. There's a look at Itzel, who looks like the speed of the race. Peter Miller runner has Ramon Vasquez. Blinkers come off. And this horse has turf sprint speed. I mean, it's not even close. This horse is the one in front, right?
If he doesn't get left in the gate or something, I don't see how he's not the speed. Now, just because he's the speed, and I don't think either one of us is saying he has to win, but it feels like he has an advantage. I'm going to look at the will pays. Yeah, Itzel is going to be a significant second choice by post time and is almost favored in doubles. So a word of warning for anybody that thinks they're going to get 9-2 on him. You're going to get closer to 5-2 on him. The double's actually paying her like she is 2-1 to 5-2 in here. So the 9-2 is a pipe dream. So I was going to bet, but now knowing that she's going to be a much shorter price, I'm not going to bet. And I think she should be a shorter price. I don't know that she's not the right price at 5-2 in here. I don't know what her morning line was. Not that that matters, but it's just 3-1, right? And I don't know how anybody can get excited about betting the 1 here at a short price because of her lack of speed. And by the way, it's not like her last race was that good. I mean, what is so appealing about her in this race? Right. She's a little faster than these unless you want to take the horse. My problem with Copper M that Richie likes is I don't trust form from Sam Houston or Remington Park. And over time, for the most part, those horses have underachieved at Oaklawn. That's my problem with the horses' races. But listen, that horse is a big price, so I can't knock anybody for betting Copper M. It's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah, it's the 7 and 5-1, who, for the most part, with the exception of that last return race at, Sam Houston, better figures had come on grass for her.
Right, that's another problem, and you'll see that a lot, where people are going and betting horses based on form on other surfaces. Now, while Itzel's running on the turf, she's run well enough on the dirt that I'm not really concerned about it.
There's Copper M. Again, Eric Asmussen. For Dad here, they teamed up to get the opener. 3-2, favorite. Keep your eyes on Ricardo Santana Jr., on Daisy Duke from that inside post. And how does he negotiate here? The fact that she doesn't have a lot of speed, he'll probably have to swing her outside at some point.
Yeah, we'll see if he can get her a little bit more contentious. He is a rider that can be very aggressive at times.
Matt Ditterman with the call. Here's race 3 from Oaklawn.
Singing Spitfire, working with her to take her spot. She's just about in. Now she's it. Copper M coming up. Two back, Our Keepsake and Scrupulous to the outside post. Here's Scrupulous, Martine Schwann to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Daisy Duke from the inside off a half step slow. Itzel going right to the lead and clears off early. Itzel strides two ahead of Scrupulous. Daisy Duke getting involved now after breaking slowly has made her way into second with Scrupulous. She's not a joke. Finds herself between horses here. Our Keepsake in the mix as well. Gap of 2 to Copper M. Singing Spitfire inside of that rival. And Miss Maikos is at the back of the pack. Itzel is first. Itzel cruising on the lead. A length and a half clear. Now make it a length and 3/4, almost 2. On Daisy Duke in second. Our Keepsake alongside of her as they round the far turn. Scrupulous in fourth, 2 off the pace. A length and a half back to She's Not a Joke. Copper M is sent along outside of her. Miss Maikos is out of last, passing Singing Spitfire as they come to the top of the lane. Itzel at the top of the stretch, still leading the way here. Our Keepsake is asked to pounce from the outside in an all-out drive. Daisy Duke third as they come down the lane. Itzel needs to finish, but she's finding plenty for the final furlong. Our Keepsake is not going away. Behind her, trying hard, but Itzel's too powerful. Itzel got the clear lead down the backside, and she took advantage of it. Itzel, Ramon Vasquez, all the way. Our Keepsake was second. She's Not a Joke third. Daisy Duke fourth.
Itzel, Peter Miller Barn, Ramon Vasquez. There's no question she was the quickest in here. She got the lead, and with those blinkers off, able to relax on the front end and find more for the finish.
Yes. Sometimes the game is simple. Once every 3 or 4 months, the game is simple. And in this particular case, she was the clear speed, had tactical advantage, was good enough to win. And, you know, the other thing was, with the one, Daisy Duke obviously didn't run well, but I almost think a little bit because Ricardo realized what he was up against here, and probably Ron McCoy as well, they put her more in the game, and that's just not the way she wants to race. So she didn't run her race, but Itzel, who did go down to 5-2, as we suggested was likely to happen, ended up making 5-2 look like an overlay.
Those pink silks of Gary Barber lead every step of the way just about here to take this third from Hot Springs. Again, Ramon Vasquez, Peter Miller with the equipment change, blinkers off, wins at 5-2. Prices when we come back. The official start of the 2-year-old sales season kicked off OBS March, and a new sales record achieved as well. We'll have that story with you for you and check in with Acacia Clement when we come back.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus Class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Horses over the one. It's been another strong sale here at OBS March.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Itzel was powerful from gate to wire. She gets the third win of her career. Blinkers coming off, leads the way for the victory. Peter Miller, Ramon Vasquez, and Gary Barber-Silks.
She was supposed to be favored in this race. She really was the most likely winner, and the most likely winner doesn't always win, but she was the controlling speed in this race, and especially when your chief competition is compromised, even if that horse might be a little bit faster, it just gives you such an advantage. Speed kills.
She was dropping down as well.
You know, when Mig watches this race, he must be thinking, I wish I rode that horse. This was the Mig's kind of horse.
Had done very well at Oaklawn.
Richie did very well wherever he rode, and I don't just say that because he works with me, and I think sometimes he's a bit underappreciated for the kind of rider that he was. But you don't win almost 4,500 races. First of all, if he hadn't been injured in his career, he probably would have won 6,500 races. And as opposed to some other riders, and I don't mean this a knock on anybody, he did them on the toughest circuits, because when he wasn't riding here, he was the Meadowlands, where the New York riders were riding, whether he was down in Florida. But Mig fought the big fight with the big riders his entire career.
Yes, he did. Itzel with that win. We'll move on to the fourth in a moment. This produced some huge prices, the most $1 million or more horses ever at OBS March.
Okay, I'm obviously not the most plugged-in guy. And it does appear to me that sometimes those highly touted first-year sires can go awry. Maxfield?
Freshman sire, yeah, going for $1 million. We'll talk more about that one later in the show.
I like Independence Hall being on that list.
Let's go to Acacia Clement with more.
But it's been another strong sale here at OBS March. A couple of horses over the $1 million mark after these horses cataloged had an opportunity to work here at OBS, going an eighth or a quarter or just galloping in preparation for going through the sales ring here. Gives potential buyers a great opportunity to see how that horse does work, how it moves, and then an opportunity to check them out before potentially going on and bidding them. It's been a model that's been incredibly successful for the OBS two-year-old sales, and this sale really does kick off the two-year-old sales season. We'll move on next time to the OBS April two-year-old in training sale, in which has been an incredibly successful sale throughout their history. But for now, we'll hope to follow a lot of these exciting two-year-olds potentially breaking their maiden this summer in Saratoga.
Thank you, Acacia. One of the things we love most about this sport, seeing these expensive, talented, big pedigree two-year-olds make those debuts at Saratoga. This was HIP 654, sales topper $3 million. A cool story here, consigned by Eddie Woods, who's been a fixture for more than 3 decades in Ocala. His final consignment is coming up next month, and he goes out with a bang.
Well, the gun runners are certainly been incredibly powerful at the racetrack, and this one's a gray, so I'm assuming the dam herself was a gray, because gun runner wasn't a gray. We'll see. A lot of money. Somebody told me they thought this horse might have been bought by Japanese interests. Okay. That's what Evan, our producer, told me. So.
Oh, Zaydan Racing, actually, I believe.
Well, good call, Evan. Thank you for the help there. I said to him, I'll bet Zaydan bought this horse, and they said Japanese, but Zaydan does. Seems like he has bought about 90% of the horses that have sold for $3 million or more over the last few years. He's done pretty well with some of them. So.
Yeah, I think HIP 119 was bought by Japanese interests.
I should have gone to the more reliable source than Evan, who's listening. Fortunate he made it his way to the track today on the A train. You probably helped him.
3/4 sibling to Papa Cap. Best Pal Stakes winner as a 2-year-old.
He was a cool horse, Papa Cap.
Yeah. All right, back to New York. Race 5. And there is short shift. Rob Atras, Matty Ulver, current 5-2 favorite off that last start. The one to beat, but sort of a one-off performance, you think?
Well, I don't trust this horse because he's now got to go 6.5 furlongs. But the way this track may be playing subtly, I think it may give a little bit of an advantage, but not my cup of tea here. I kind of like Dream on Kara, but 5-2, I would book Dream on Kara at 5-2 before I bet her. I was thinking 6-1 might be okay on her, and she's a deep closer, and I'm not sure that running style is going to be flattered by this racetrack.
We'll see if she can reproduce that race last out, February 27th. It'll be very tough, but it's not one she's produced a lot in her 10-race career. 5-2 right now as we approach the 7-minute mark to post. Close calls pay at Aqueduct today. Bet at least $10 on the late pick 4. Starts right here. Hit 3 out of the 4 legs. You'll get $10 back with the late pick 4 protection plan. You got to opt in to take advantage at NyraBets.com. So back to the one you like here. Dream on Kara. 6-1 morning line. She's 5-2 right now.
Well, I'm not going to bet her at 5-2. That's just preposterous. I mean, she's supposed to be a minimum of 6-1 in a race like this, but she is dropping down, and I just didn't like a lot of them, so I kind of took the new face. But she's a deep, deep closer, and even in a field where they're all 1 first, she's 1 for 25. She's no 5-2 shot. She's sort of a wise guy horse at a slightly better price. We'll see if the odds change as we get closer to post. This is kind of ridiculous.
Took her 24 starts. So break her maiden.
What was her morning line? She was 6-1 morning line.
Yeah.
That would make a little bit of sense to me. I'm going to look at the will pays and see if she's she's the third choice in the will pays.
Okay.
So she'll be going up, but not that much. She's going to be 6-1.
Behind the 6 and 7.
I'll be getting about 7-2 if I'm lucky, and I'm not betting at 7-2 either.
Well, it does take a slight drop down. So, over 23, breaks her maiden, then runs distant 4th for 25,000 non-winners of 2, in for 16 today. And yes, some things to like, but not that price, as you said, as we look at Shaman Princess, Rudy Rodriguez, and has some speed. Ruben Silvera will ride.
Yeah, I imagine that she'll be stalking short shift. And whether or not she puts that one away, I don't know what to do with Shaman Princess, to be honest. She actually ran okay last time. I don't like that race. I don't like how horses have run out of that race. But I could understand her getting it done. My problem with short shift is, what was her excuse last time? I mean, she was cooled out at the 8th pole and managed to lose. Why am I supposed to be so confident at a short price she's going to hold on again today? My problem is that the horse I'm trying to beat her with is just a little bit of too short a price in all likelihood for me to bet.
And it's not necessary. It's not as easy as, it's an extra half furlong.
Exactly.
But she couldn't hang on at 6, and now she's got to try and go 6.5.
Right. Now, sometimes they get a slightly slower pace, and it's more about pace, but I just can't get over that loss last time. I can't get past it.
So here's Dream on Kara, Jose Lezcano at 5-2.
And listen, she's no superstar, and she's had a lot of chances, but this is the lowest level that she's ever run at.
Troubled Luck coming off a third-place effort behind short shift.
Yeah, I mean, she's 50-1 that day. It's a little hard, but I don't want to dismiss anybody in here. It's not going to take a Herculean effort to win this race.
Jose Gomez on Eastern Star.
She got the money last time, finally in her 12th start. I think this is even a much tougher field than that.
David Donkbarn trains the 4 short shift, the favorite 2-1.
She's the speed. She's the horse to catch. She's probably the horse to beat, but she's not my cup of tea.
And Shaman Princess sat just off the pace last start to just missed against Legrot.
Yeah, we'll see if she can stalk and beat the favorite. I'm not a huge fan. I don't like that race she's coming out of. But once again, in this race, I'm not going to take a big stand against anybody.
And this one's actually taking a little money. Isn't she Mia Nipotina?
She is. I mean, a race 2 back gives her a chance in here. But on the other hand, she finished behind Dream on Kara 3 races back, and she was bad last time. But if you think the race can fall apart, she's a horse who can win. I don't like her particularly, but I'm not way against her.
Back to short shift. She ran, for her and relative to this field, a pretty big figure last time out, but she also got run down when she had a 4.5 length lead late in the stretch to lose.
And I also thought the rail was very good on February 27th, and I think it really helped her chances. I think she is a dressed-up horse who's extremely vulnerable in this race. And when I say the rail's good, I don't think it's some big bias out there. I do feel like some horses have overachieved a little bit in the inside, like Stewie last time.
With more, can the speed hang on here today and not get run down like she did last time short shift? Maggie, what do you think?
Couldn't hear that toss, Greg. We got a Delta plane flying right above us, so can't hear anything when that happens. Let's check with your current favorite. That's number 6, Short Shift. As she, look, She's a raw mattress horse. She makes a lot of sense on paper, and she just looks best out there. From the way she presented herself physically in the paddock to the way she's warming up, I have literally no problems with her. I do think she was kind of with the racetrack last time, and it did take a heavily favored Lady Arwen to reel her in while she was on the good rail, or a place where you wanted to be, though she did have a lot of company up there, and she was kind of the last woman standing while Lady Arwen was able to rally and get up in the shadow of the wire. But all of that being said, she just looks like the horse to beat. I'm going to go a little outside the box here with number 4, Eastern Star. And yes, on paper, she looks quite slow. And last time, as Andy pointed out, she faced a inferior field. But I kind of like this. You know, she'd only run for the 30 twice. One of them was a win. One of them was her debut way back when in October of 2023. So all those other ones were against maiden special weight New York bred company, so tougher fields. So furthermore, I like when they're being aggressive. Like, don't pull any punches. You win for 30. Your next step is non-2 for 16. This is the right spot. And 2, it feels like Dave Donk kind of striking when the iron's hot, in that he's gotten this filly finally to break through. Excuse me, mare. Now she is 5. And breaker maiden, sometimes when you get them to do that, you have to be aggressive and just keep playing to, you know, that ability of they found the way to win. Hopefully they can find another way to win. She looks like she's doing great. I mean, great weight to her, really energetic heading into this race. So I'm going to take a little bit of a shot here with Eastern Star, and knowing that she will be tactical as well.
They're being realistic is what Maggie means, not aggressive. They're putting her in where she belongs, and Maggie's dead right. I mean, it's the general feeling is that maiden claimers, when they win their maidens, they run for half as much money, and this is exactly where she belongs after that race. I've lost enough money on her. I'm not losing any more.
6 times in her 12 starts, second or third. Finally got that win last time out in career start number 12. 5-1. Jose Gomez aboard. He's been on board for several, but yeah, this is going to be much tougher proposition.
I'm not telling anybody not to bet anybody in this race. I would not recommend betting the 6 at 8-5 and now 3-2, but I don't feel this is a race where you want to take a big stand against anybody. I think the 6 is a good horse to bet against. I also think she is kind of the horse to beat. Now she's 6-5. I think that's kind of lunacy.
So 6-5 favorite. That's why Maggie couldn't hear me.
Well, we are in the flight, but I missed the Concorde. One of my favorite things about Aqueduct was watching the Concorde. You know, every day seeing the Concorde coming out. It's long gone. You ever talk to anybody who rode the Concorde?
No, but I was just doing some studying with my son about some of the fastest planes. There's a plane, not the Concorde, goes over 4,400 miles an hour.
Really?
Blackbird.
I bet
Incredible.
It shakes a lot. They say, a friend of mine took the Concorde and said it shook the whole way. It was not a comfortable trip. Got to Paris, though, in under 3 hours, I think.
I'll take the slow, easy route.
I like the train. I'm happiest on the train, I find.
Here is Dream on Cara, has continued to take money throughout. 1 for 25, and you're getting 7-2 in her second time against winners. Jose Lezcano back in the irons.
Yeah, it does seem like a bit of an underlay here, huh?
But short shift, we figured to be a pretty heavy favorite with that last out performance, but there's things to certainly raise some red flags, notably getting run down with that huge lead in the stretch. Can she hang on today? Maddie Over back in the irons to try and do it, trying to go an extra half furlong in distance as well. Pick 4 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Eastern Star. Moving forward. Short shift. Shaman Princess. Mia Nipatina. Mia Nipatina Goes in. All set. Just open in the front of the gate there, Mia Nipotina. And they're off. Short Shift has the early speed right out to the front, is challenged by Shaman Princess immediately to the outside. At the rail is Troubled Luck, is content with third right now, and hustled along is Eastern Star, is trying to not let the leaders get away, but the front two do, and the leader is Short Shift. It's Short Shift still with a half length in front of Shaman Princess, not going anywhere. It's going to stalk the pace setter now as they approach 4 furlongs left to go. Right behind them, Troubled Luck is still sitting in that third position. Eastern Star is still shoved along, trying to make up the ground from fourth. The two at the back, it's Dream on Kara with Mia Nipotina. Less than 4 furlongs to travel, 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Short price favorite and Short Shift is in front. Shaman Princess continues to give chase, but it's Short Shift who has the advantage, and Short Shift, quick look back here from over, and Short Shift is approaching a quarter mile left to go, is in hand, is going to hug the rail and kick away. Short Shift shows that early speed, 46.79 for the half mile time, and Short Shift is opening up that margin once again. Shaman Princess continues to battle on. Dream on Kara, mild run here from Mia Nipotina from far, far out of it, but approaching a final 16th. Short Shift is well clear, and Short Shift is almost there. Short Shift, Madison over, wins this one easily. Short Shift over, Shaman Princess tight here for third. Mia Nipotina to the outside of Dream on Kara in 1 minute 20.50 seconds.
This time, nobody running down. Short Shift gets that big lead in the stretch and seals the deal.
I felt like watching this race. Nothing happened at any point during the running of this race. Nobody made a move. Nobody did any running. Short Shift, she was much the best. The rest of them, I'll be actively looking to bet against them the next time they run.
Short price winner, 4 to 5 at the end on the speed of the field, and never a threat that that lead was going to evaporate in this one.
Nope.
Rob Atras, Maddie Ulver, Bella Blue Racing Stable, 5-year-old mare, gets the second win of her career.
She was much the best.
With ease. At odds on. So this one in the books completes the early pick 5. 6, long way back to 7, 8, and 1 to complete your top 4. It's all about Short Shift. Gate to wire in the 5th.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside.
They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Short shift, gate to wire, as easy as could be after getting run down last time out and having a huge lead. Not this time.
I was against. Made 4 to 5 look like an overlay. 4 to 5. Well, they were right. Not for me, but.
Second career win, 11 tries, and there was just, no one to put really any heat on this mare in this one, and there's no backing up.
Not sure it mattered that much here. A whole lot of horses behind her just basically ran in place. Thought my horse was making a little bit of a move, and that's what she made. A little bit of a move.
Short shift the win at a short number. 5-year-old mare by Nyquist. Again, Rob Atras, Bella Blue Racing, and good for Matty Oliver. So $3.90 for the win. The early pick 5. Wow, with an odds-on favorite, they had a $2,362.
Who's the difficult horse in this? What? Wait a second.
No.
No, wait a second. No, wait a second.
Victory, Gray Wing. That can't be right.
Okay.
Carbon?
$30 double.
No. That's not right.
No. That's the track feed.
There's no possible way.
Okay, that seems a little bit strange. No, it paid 23.
That is one of the great.
The pick 4 paid $450, which seemed pretty good, and the first winner was 3 to 1.
That's one of the great returns in the history of the pick 5.
Well, I mean, based on the pick 4, it's not even that big because it's 5 times the pick 4, and the pick 4, and it was a 3 to 1 shot in the first race, so it should be 4 times it. That's crazy. The parlay was around $15. 8 times that's $120. The second winner was $720. It's about $2,800. The pick's around $750 is the parlay for 50 cents. Wow.
Incredible. Post parade here at Oaklawn. 12,000 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. We're up to the 7 in here. This is morally complex. Major player off the debut. The second start was not as good on a sloppy sealed track. Here's the 8 Zanzora.
I like morally complex as a name. It's a good name, right? A complexity. This one ran once in the turf.
Sky Raven 0 for 13.
Yeah. Never been second either.
Air Castle. An outside look here at 8 to 1.
I agree. This horse could win this race. I'm not a big fan. I had the 6, 7, and 12 as my main players here. Like the public.
Honduras Passion 0 for 17.
Yeah, consistently, probably too slow, had chances.
And this one seems like the one, doesn't it?
No question about it. It's the obvious favorite. Run 2 figures faster than these.
Dropping?
Yeah, dropping down. Seems like the horse to beat. I think you want to make a case. I mean, the case I would make for morally complex is, shipped down to Delta last time in the slop. The first race was good enough to be close, had some experience. So I think that horse is a chance. And I think the Joyful Josephine, not impossible. The sprint at Ellis was better. So I think both the 6 and 7, interestingly enough, Vacoma and Complexity, 2 of the top first, freshman sires last year, going against Flat Storm is a flatter. Yeah. What a good pedigree for a $12,500 maiden claiming race.
Yeah, it really is. 3 minutes away from this 4th. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and these to me are the hardest races to handicap, lower level maiden claimers. We'll start with the 5, just because I was taken with her from a physical perspective, Rosie Cotton. Just big, strong hind end on her, galloped off beautifully. She's going to have to run faster than what we've seen, I believe, to be competitive. But again, a horse that just kind of kept calling me back to her. The 6, Joyful Josephine. Andy, you said it, by Vacoma, dropping to the lowest level, much easier competition than she's faced. I think she makes a lot of sense. The 7, Morally Complex, is a horse that I was very interested in because this horse has speed. And in big fields of lower level maiden claimers, speed is a really good commodity to have. Usually horses at this level get easily discouraged. He should be forward. The only thing is, I just wish he looked a little bit better physically, just a little bit on the thinner side. She saddled outside in the winner's circle. Some horses don't handle this paddock, which is a little bit tighter, so she was outside. Now, to be fair, I've never seen her before in the flesh, and maybe that's just her. I just wish I would have seen just a little bit more kind of body mass on her. The 12, Flat Stormin', obviously makes a lot of sense, and she's well drawn outside and should get a good trip from there. Has kind of run consistently better. But do you want anybody at 6-5 in a maiden 12-5 claiming race? I know I couldn't do that. A horse that I'm going to talk about that is a really, really big price is the 8, 44 to 1 on Zanzora. A pedigree that is much more suited to dirt. She tried a maiden allowance at Canterbury on the turf, didn't show much there. But
all right, Mick, thank you. So, minute to post here in this fourth, 6-5. Flat Stormin from the outside. We talked about the reasons, and going to be tough.
This horse is supposed to be even money in this race because the reality of the race is the 6, 7, and 12 are far and away the likeliest horses. I guess you could say with Air Castle has that Fig 3 back that's fast enough. The problem is the last 2 races were kind of disasters. Flat Storman's last 2 races are going to win this race. I'm not even sure the race 3 back isn't going to win this race. So the reality is this is a horse that has a real advantage. I do think Joyful Josephine is very interesting for Ken McPeak, who's having a very good meet. Cutting back in distance, dropping down. I think morally complex. Has some things to like, and I wouldn't argue with either of them as alternatives, but I'm not against the 12. In principle, I agree. These are not the kind of fields to jump in on short-priced horses, but, and I think Richie would agree with this horse is the right price. This horse is supposed to be a heavy favorite here. You don't have to want to bet on it, but this horse is supposed to be the favorite here. This horse is way the horse to beat.
Back-to-back races for maiden 25, down for half that number today to the bottom.
Yeah. Just, how many Archie breds in here? You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 7 is an Archie bred. 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of 12 are Archie breds. The only ones that aren't Archie breds are the 12, the 6, and the 3. That's kind of interesting, right? And frankly, 2 of the non-Archie breds are the 2 major players in this race.
See what happens here. Can this horse get it done from that outside post? Not worried about the outside post?
Not really. I don't know. I mean, the horse has speed, so it shouldn't really be a big issue, right? I think the 3 and 4 are potential speeds. I don't know if the 7 is quite fast enough to be forward, but not impossible. But I don't think it's going to. I mean, this horse just. I get what Richie's saying, and I certainly say similar things myself. In this particular race, I think this horse is the right price. Not saying the horse has to win, but is the right price. If you put a gun to my head, I'd bet the 6 at 4 to 1.
Any reason? The 4 just went by 31 to 1. Just the second time on dirt, second back off the bench, ran against open maiden 20, and put in a bit of a middle move against what should be a little bit better group. No interest?
No.
Okay.
But if she does well, I'll salute you. No. Kelsey Haar looking for her first win of the meet.
Been a tough go for trainer Al Cates here at a huge number. 4th from Oaklawn. Favorite, 6-5. Now even money on the outside here. Flat Stormin, drop in class. Will today be the day? Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Post position 4. Rosie Cotton in the orange. Looks like they're working with Grismo to go in. Honduras Passion has taken her spot. Still working with Grismo and Kelsey Haar. Rosie Cotton, post position at number 5. 2 back, Joyful Josephine. And to the outside post, Flat Stormin to round out the field. Here's Flat Stormin, the favorite going in. We're ready to go. And they're off. Honduras Passion with a very awkward break. Not sure if the door's open, but she tried to lunge there, and there's Maybe an inquiry into that start there with number 11, Honduras Passion. Very awkward break for her. Smoke Show Girl is going to the lead here. Rosie Cotton moving up to come and challenge. Morally Complex not far off, is 3 deep in the 3rd position. Now a joint 2nd, pressing Rosie Cotton, who has a narrow lead. Morally Complex there, a neck behind. Smoke Show Girl off of them now. Couldn't keep up in 3rd going into the turn. Big long shot Sky Raven outside of her. Then comes Grismo, the favorite. Flat Stormin is now in 6th. She's 5 lengths off the lead as they're strung out. Southern Spite has come under a hard ride. Last Gasp right behind her. Then Air Castle Zanzora is giving way to the back of the field. She's done. Honduras Passion trying to move forward. Still has a lot of work to do as they come to the top of the lane. Morally Complex sets sail for home and puts away Rosie Cotton at the quarter pole. The only one with a chance to beat her, it appears, is the favorite. Flat Stormin. Morally Complex has asked for a finish in the final furlong. Outside, Flat Stormin chasing hard. Morally Complex about a 16th left to go. She's got a 2-length edge. Flat Stormin not making up ground, and Morally Complex, she will break the maiden. Morally Complex, Francisco Arrieta to win it. Flat Stormin was 2nd, Air Castle 3rd, Southern Spite was 4th.
Morally Complex looked like she might be in trouble with his huge favorite bearing down, but she's able to hang on for the win.
She was. Now, the favorite didn't really get out of the gate particularly sharply. Whether that really cost the race, I don't know. They put a lot of distance on the other ones. I just think the best horse won this race, Morally Complex, in a much more realistic spot. This was one of the 9 Archiebreds, and she got it done. The 3rd Complexity.
Time the chart, yeah, Daughter of Complexity to win. Abel Ramirez Rodriguez barn, Francisco Arrieta, End Zone Athletics, and Morally Complex with the victory here in the 4th from Hot Springs.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Let's go back to the beginning of the race we just showed you in Hot Springs. Keep your eyes on the 11. That gate is going to open before everyone else's.
Yeah, this one's a no-brainer. I don't know for sure the rules down in Arkansas, but one would assume the 11 will be declared a non-starter here.
I would think that's the case.
Like I said, I don't know the rules absolutely down there the way we kind of know them here, but...
Yeah, this one easy to see with the naked eye.
Yeah.
Post 11.
Yes.
There it is. About a half second.
We're not sure we'll even be on the air for the announcement, but we're presuming that horse. In New York, that horse would be a non-starter. I don't know. Maybe they have different rules there. You should be up on the Arkansas rules of this, Greg. Next time we're on the show, there'll be a quiz.
We do have someone live there. Morley Complex.
Do you want to put Mig on the spot? See if he knows the rules? He may never speak to you again.
That's why one of many reasons the sport is very difficult. Yeah, state to state, different rules. It's official now. 7, 12, 10, 2. Morley Complex. At this point, it looked like the big favorite was going to roll right on by, but not the case.
I agree. I
some.
agree. And really didn't gain any ground, to be honest. I mean, I thought the horse was going to go by, but not getting there. They put a lot, they put a lot of distance on the other one. So while the 12 didn't break that sharply, they went second best.
That's going to do it for our show. We're back with round 2 at 5:30 Eastern time. We will see you then on Fox Sports 2 with another dose of action, including the late races and the feature from Hot Springs. It was Gray Wing getting a tremendous setup. And now back-to-back wins. Manny Franco aboard for Oscar Barrera III. And how about Itzel? Speed of the race. Went off at 5-2. Goes gate to wire for the win in the third. Again, we'll see you at 5:30 Eastern for another hour of action of Fox Sports 2. Until then.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded stakes winners, Whitwater's Rand. Implicated. And Apple Picker. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Field steps on the track here for today's 6th race. Race 6 is 5 minutes away. Start of late pick 3. Race 6 is next. Approaching the gate for race 6. Runners loading, it's post time for today's 6th race. Going in. Here's Unlimited Potential. Reddington. Magnificent Mile. President Z. And to the outside, Magnolia Midnight. Goes in. All set. And they're off. President Z from the outside draw flashes that early speed with Magnolia Midnight right there. Reddington is chasing in that second grouping with Magnificent Mile up on the outside. Now progresses in the orange blinkers. The leader, Magnolia Midnight. Magnolia Midnight and Manny Franco up by 3/4 of a length. Chased by Magnificent Mile is right there in the center of the racetrack, is stalking second. At the rail, President Z is now back to third with Reddington, who emerges, is out in the center of the racetrack from fourth. There's a length in front of a tight hold, Unlimited Potential. The two at the back, Mandatory with Lost in Rome. They approach 4 furlongs left to go, 23.34 for the opening quarter mile. Magnolia Midnight is in front. Magnificent Mile is chased all along. At the rail, President Z is trying to make up ground with Reddington with a rally on as well. Unlimited Potential starts to warm to the task. Red Cap is looking for a seam. Far back to the two trailers, Lost in Rome and Mandatory. 46.35 for a half-mile time. They approach a quarter mile left to go, and still there is Magnolia Midnight. Unlimited Potential does get the split, is chasing the entry mate. It's Magnolia Midnight and Unlimited Potential. They're a clear 1-2. Trying to chase them down is Presidency. Unlimited Potential moves in closer to Magnolia Midnight inside the final furlong. Reddington is in the yellow cap center of the racetrack. These two shoulder to shoulder, and now Unlimited Potential is kicking away. Unlimited Potential gets the victory over the entry mate. That was Magnolia Midnight. Then came Reddington, President Z, and Magnificent Mile. And 1 minute 25 seconds flat. Order finish. First, the 1, Unlimited Potential. Second, the 1A, Magnolia Midnight. Third, the 4, Reddington. Fourth, the 7, President Z. Finishing 5th, the 6, Magnificent Mile. One, 1A, 4, 7, 6. The entry running 1, 2. Stand by for prices. When race 6 goes official. Winner of today's 6th race, the 1, Unlimited Potential. He's a 6-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Union Rags out of Champaign Ice. Winning owner, Kentamachi, America's Pastime Stables, Cone, and Esopi. Winning trainer, Ilkay Kentamachi. The winning jockey, Sylvester Gonzalez. Race 6 official. Exacta 750, the double 6-1 860. Trifecta $18 even. Superfecta $64.50. Pick 3 $27.25. Running time 1 minute 25.06 in race 6. Up next is race 7. Started late double. Race 7 in 25 minutes. They're off. President Z from the outside draw flashes that early speed with Magnolia Midnight right there. Reddington is chasing in that second grouping with Magnificent Mile up on the outside. Now progresses in the orange blinkers. The leader, Magnolia Midnight. Magnolia Midnight and Manny Franco up by 3/4 of a length. Chased by Magnificent Mile is right there in the center of the racetrack, is stalking second. At the rail, President Z is now back to third with Reddington, who emerges, is out in the center of the racetrack from fourth. There's a length in front of a tight hold, Unlimited Potential. The two at the back, Mandatory with Lost in Rome. They approach 4 furlongs left to go, 23.34 for the opening quarter mile. Magnolia Midnight is in front. Magnificent Mile has chased all along. At the rail, President Z is trying to make up ground with Reddington with a rally on as well. Unlimited Potential starts to warm to the task. Red Cap is looking for a seam. Far back to the two trailers, Lost in Rome and Mandatory. 46.35 for a half-mile time. They approach a quarter mile left to go, and still there is Magnolia Midnight. Unlimited Potential does get the split, is chasing the entry mate. It's Magnolia Midnight and Unlimited Potential. They're a clear 1-2. Trying to chase them down is Presidency. Unlimited Potential moves in closer to Magnolia Midnight inside the final furlong. Reddington is in the yellow cap center of the racetrack. These two shoulder to shoulder, and now Unlimited Potential is kicking away. Unlimited Potential gets the victory over the entry mate. That was Magnolia Midnight. Then came Reddington, President Z, and Magnificent Mile in 1 minute 25 seconds flat.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting BelmontStakes.com/tickets.
Surging to win the Coaching Club American Oak.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 7th race. Race 7, 6 minutes away. Start of the late double. Race 7 is next. In today's 8th race, the 7 is +1. +1 on the 7 in race 8. Approaching the gate for race 7. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 7. La Benqueta moving forward. Nolita. Peak of Chic. Peak of Chic goes in. True Empress to the outside. True Empress is in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for True Empress. The speed is with Sue Ellen Michigan. Sue Ellen Michigan is in front. Peak of Chic is in the early mix too, is towards the outside with La Benqueta. In between them is now back to third. 2 lengths in front of Mozienko, who's traveling in fourth. Was there in tandem with Amazing Doty, who's got some forward momentum now. That's the top 5. Towards the back end, Nolita's trying to keep up with that early group. Mozienko's on the move, and True Empress, the trailer. 22.48 for the opening quarter mile, and Peak of Chic has taken the lead from Sue Ellen Michigan, who's back to second. La Benqueta is in full pursuit. It's Peak of Chic and La Benqueta. They're 1-2, trying to keep up is Sue Ellen Michigan. Mozienko is trying to rally on. Also under a full drive is Amazing Doty. Then at the rail there, Nolita. They reach the top of the stretch, and the leader is Peak of Chic. La Benqueta is right there chasing. Then comes Mozienko, and Jackson's Dixie's got some late momentum too, but now the favorite is trying to kick away. It's La Benqueta quickly up by 3, 4 widening lengths. Here's Jackson's Dixie, who's run up into second. Drifting back there in the field, that was Peak of Chic, just got passed by Mozienko and Amazing Doty, but no doubt La Benqueta, a short price winner. Jackson's Dixie second, Mozienko, then a 3-horse photo. That was Amazing Doty with Nolita and Sue Ellen Michigan in 1 minute 11 and 4. Order finish. First the 5, La Benqueta. Second the 3, Jackson's Dixie. Third the 1, Mozienko. And fourth the 4, Amazing Doty. 5-3-1-4 in race 7. Winner of today's 7th race, the 5 La Banqueta. She's a 4-year-old, bred in New York by Central Banker out of Timeless Beauty. Winning owner, Rice and Mariquest. Winning trainers, Linda Rice. The winning jockey, Jose Lescano. La Banqueta, bred in New York by Nice Guy Stables and Stephen Hornstock. Another winner on the afternoon for trainer, Linda Rice. Race 7 official. Exacta returned $5.10, the double $4.55, trifecta $8.95. Superfecta $166 even, the pick 3 $11.60, and Grand Slam $5.70. Running time 1 minute 11.94. Coming up, today's 8th and final, race 8, 6 furlongs, 26 minutes away. Race 8 is next. And they're off. Step slow for True Empress. The speed is with Sue Ellen Michigan. Sue Ellen Michigan is in front. Peak of Chic is in the early mix too, is towards the outside with La Benqueta. In between them is now back to third. 2 lengths in front of Mozienko, who's traveling in fourth. Was there in tandem with Amazing Doty, who's got some forward momentum now. That's the top 5. Towards the back end, Nolita's trying to keep up with that early group. Mozienko's on the move, and True Empress, the trailer. 22.48 for the opening quarter mile, and Peak of Chic has taken the lead from Sue Ellen Michigan, who's back to second. La Benqueta is in full pursuit. It's Peak of Chic and La Benqueta. They're 1-2, trying to keep up is Sue Ellen Michigan. Mozienko is trying to rally on. Also under a full drive is Amazing Doty. Then at the rail there, Nolita. They reach the top of the stretch, and the leader is Peak of Chic. La Benqueta is right there chasing. Then comes Mozienko, and Jackson's Dixie's got some late momentum too, but now the favorite is trying to kick away. It's La Benqueta quickly up by 3, 4 widening lengths. Here's Jackson's Dixie, who's run up into second. Drifting back there in the field, that was Peak of Chic, just got passed by Mozienko and Amazing Doty, but no doubt La Benqueta, a short price winner. Jackson's Dixie second, Mozienko, then a 3-horse photo. That was Amazing Doty with Nolita and Sue Ellen Michigan in 1 minute 11 and 4.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fastbacks, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fastbacks today.
Nominate now for this year's Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Sales. The July sale. With a focus on precocious and athletic yearlings, July produces strong results in the sales ring and on the racetrack. Last year's sale produced the highest median in the sales history, with 46% of yearlings sold, bringing $100,000 or more. The 104th Saratoga sale. The crown jewel of American yearling sales, Saratoga smashed every record in its 103-year history, led by a $3.4 million sale topper. Saratoga also produces the highest percentage of Grade 1 winners of any North American yearling sale, led by recent Breeders' Cup Classic winner Sierra Leone. New York bred yearlings, the leading marketplace for New York breds, held during the Saratoga race meet. Last year's sale set the highest median in the sales history. Selected sales, superior results. Visit selectedyearlings.fasigtipton.com to nominate now for our 2025 Selected Yearling Sales.
Horses stepping on the track here for today's 8th race, race 8, 5 minutes away. A field of 8, race 8, 8th and final in 5 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 8. Horses at the gate. It's post time for race 8. First post tomorrow is 110. 10 races on our Saturday afternoon program. There's Solvency, Counter Move, Omaha Pistol, Dear Chairman, Island Charlie. Those two go in. Attorney Wade. Island Charlie. Step back briefly. Goes in. Attorney Wade. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Counter Move gets the first call, is right up there with the front, and Omaha Pistols in the early mix, and Kings and Queens. We'll split them, and here comes Kings and Queens. Is now a nose in front. It's Kings and Queens right there to the outside. Counter Move. They're 1-2 with back there in third is Omaha Pistol. Island Charlie's got run, nowhere to go, is really on the muscle, is held in there, is back to the 5th spot. Attorney Wade is now taken 4th with less than 4 furlongs to travel. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Solvency is in behind them. Shoved along is Dear Chairman, who's at the back end of the field, and one way back there. It's Montauk Memoirs, the distant trailer. 3 across the racetrack, and Kings and Queens is at the rail. Here's Counter Move. Has got a nose advantage, and Counter Move, and also Attorney Wade. They're a clear 1-2 now as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Cut loose is Omaha Pistol. Island Charlie trying to make up ground, but Attorney Wade has now taken command. It's Attorney Wade trying to kick away from Counter Move, who is punching right back. Omaha Pistols running on. Island Charlie from far out of it. Dear Chairman's got some run, but approaching a final 16th. Attorney Wade is well clear. Give it to Attorney Wade. Kendrick Harmouche with another one on the afternoon, and Attorney Wade wins the finale. Counter Move second, then came a photo. That was Dear Chairman with Omaha Pistol in 1 minute 13.33 seconds. Order finished. First, the 8, Attorney Wade. Second, the 6, Counter Move. Third, the 7, Dear Chairman. Fourth, the 3, Omaha Pistol. Winner of today's 8th race, the 8, Attorney Wade. He's a 3-year-old, bred in New York by Omaha Beach, out of High Pitch. Winning owner, John McClutchy. Winning trainers, John Kimmel. The winning jockey, Kendrick Carmouche. 3 wins on the afternoon, jockey Kendrick Carmouche. Attorney Wade, bred in New York by John McClutchy and Shamrock Racing Enterprises. Race official, exacta $6.60, the double $7.20. Trifecta $10.05, superfecta $67.50. Pick 3, $17.20. Pick 4, return $24.12. Late pick 5, $126.50. In the pick 6, 5 out of 6, $23.60, and 6 out of 6, return $1,690.50. Running time, 1 minute 13.33 in the 8th and final. That concludes our live racing action here for a Friday afternoon at Aqueduct. Back here tomorrow for a Saturday. Tomorrow's Saturday afternoon program, 10 races. First post time, 1:10. Simulcast does continue, and we'll see you tomorrow for a Saturday afternoon with the New York Racing Association and live racing from Aqueduct. Good night. All set. And there. Counter Move gets the first call, is right up there with the front, and Omaha Pistols in the early mix, and Kings and Queens. We'll split them, and here comes Kings and Queens. Is now a nose in front. It's Kings and Queens right there to the outside. Counter Move. They're 1-2 with back there in third is Omaha Pistol. Island Charlie's got run, nowhere to go, is really on the muscle, is held in there, is back to the 5th spot. Attorney Wade is now taken 4th with less than 4 furlongs to travel. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Solvency is in behind them. Shoved along is Dear Chairman, who's at the back end of the field, and one way back there. It's Montauk Memoirs, the distant trailer. 3 across the racetrack, and Kings and Queens is at the rail. Here's Counter Move. Has got a nose advantage, and Counter Move, and also Attorney Wade. They're a clear 1-2 now as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Cut loose is Omaha Pistol. Island Charlie trying to make up ground, but Attorney Wade has now taken command. It's Attorney Wade trying to kick away from Counter Move, who is punching right back. Omaha Pistols running on Island Charlie from far out of it. Dear Chairman's got some run, but approaching a final 16th. Attorney Wade is well clear. Give it to Attorney Wade. Kendrick Carmouche with another one on the afternoon, and Attorney Wade wins the finale. Counter Move second, then came a photo. That was Dear Chairman with Omaha Pistol in 1 minute 13.33 seconds.
We are back, round 2 of our coverage on this Friday afternoon. Good to have you with us. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we look overhead at Hot Springs, Arkansas. Final 3 on the card to come, including their feature in race 9. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you as we get to a competitive 9th race at Oaklawn coming up that did lose a major player.
Yeah, I mean, it basically is a prep for the Oaklawn Park handicap. Certainly horses like Ben Doog and Disarm. Disarm, obviously, a pretty talented racehorse on his best races. And Ben Doog has always had a lot of potential. Imagine they're both pointing the race, assuming things go okay in this race. Lost a big player when Catching Freedom came out, though, frankly, he was going to have to rebound from what was a bad effort in his return this year.
Yeah, former Louisiana Derby winner. He a scratch, so he comes out. Still very good race to come as the feature on this Friday card. As you look what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. So races 9 and 10, we are going to show you the 8th as well, which they're loading for as we speak. The 8th race, little bonus coverage here, 6 furlongs, $12,000 claiming group, so they're all for sale for that price. Non-winners at 2 life. Andy, it's the 5 favorite, Air It Out.
I don't really have an opinion on this race. I think the 10's the speed. That's all I can tell you.
And that's for Air It Out. Keith Asmussen riding for Dad Steve here. 1 for 13 lifetime. But that effort 2 back could make him tough.
They're all 1-fers.
Matt Ditterman with the call. Here's the 8th.
Gold Member. Into the outside post. Cloud Without Rain. 2 round out the field. Cloud Without Rain. Francisco Arrieta looking for the 4th win on the card. We're ready to go. And we're off. Cloud Without Rain popped out of the gates swiftly, is showing speed today as a narrow lead in the early part. Here's Loud Boy to come up and press the issue. It's a rainy day, eases off to run in 3rd with Gold Member the long shot. Rewire the gray horse, 2.5 lengths behind early, a space of 3 to Statler, who couldn't keep up in the early part. Improbable first towards the back of the field with Naderade. They're a length clear of Mad Mardigan and Salentano, who's towards the back of the field as well. Air It Out has passed a couple runners as I say that. He's moved up to be a joint 3rd last. They go into the far turn, a strung out group, and it's the favorite at 8-5. Cloud Without Rain, who strings them out, opens up 2, does it confidently, does Cloud Without Rain. Now it's a 2.5 length lead, maybe even 3 approaching the top of the lane. Cloud Without Rain says, come and catch me if you can, and at the moment, there are no dangers in sight. He's just got to finish here, and he'll be strong. Top of the stretch, Cloud Without Rain has increased the lead to 6 lengths. Now it's 7, and he has waved goodbye to the competition. It's all Cloud Without Rain, and if you back this horse and you're on track, you can head to the window because you'll be first in line to collect on Cloud Without Rain to give Francisco Arrieta a 4th win today, and this was his easiest win yet. Cloud Without Rain in a romp, about 10 lengths ahead at the finish. Naderade was 2nd, Rewire 3rd, Air It Out was 4th.
Cloud Without Rain, 8-5 on a horse who was 1 for 25 coming in, one as easy as could be.
They're never home until they get to the finish line, and he did. He did it well ahead of the rest of them.
Greg Compton Barn, Francisco Arrieta, and son of Frosted with the win.
You know, Frost was a pretty good horse. He's now 2 for 26.
Yes.
He had the
yes,
biggest
he
actual negative record of anybody, the 1 for the most. Now he's 2 for the most.
Dominant victory there in that 8th. Feature race is coming up next. That is race 9, which Andy and I were just touching on when we came on the air here. Allowance optional. Claiming field at 1 mile and a 16th. 4-year-olds and up. And with that scratch, Ben Doog certainly going to take a lot of support in this spot.
I like the horse named after the prep school in New York. We'll get to that.
This horse was in the Dubai World Cup a couple of years ago.
Better him than me. He's talented. I'll be honest with you, Greg. I don't trust this horse. You know, I mean, clearly they want to go for the big purse, the Oaklawn Handicap. Can't really blame them for that. And he ran those 2 good races in New York. And he had a bit of an excuse when he lost his U.S. debut. But then the Suburban, he ran okay, but kind of supposed to have won that race. You know what I mean? The track was really more in his favor. He didn't run at all in the Charlestown Classic. Now, who knows what goes on down there? But even in his subsequent starts, 6-5, 3-2, he lost both those starts. And to me, he's piling up more losses than a horse like that should. I'm not going to be surprised if he wins. And clearly, he and the horse at the bottom, Disarmed, have the best races. Now, Steve Asmussen does not have great numbers off of layoffs. Horses like Disarm, they often need a race off a layoff. Bill Mott, the numbers are a little bit better with horses off layoff, but you're still talking about two short-priced horses that are coming off layoffs, and that makes me feel like they're vulnerable.
Disarm did win off the bench at Churchill last year. He was able to do that controlling on the front end. Can he control here?
No, he has no speed at all, and that's one of the problems. You know, there's really very little pace in here. That's why I like Horace Mann on the rail, because he feels like he's the speed. Now, I know he ran badly last time, and that does concern me, but he has the 3 of his 4 races before that were good enough to give him a chance here, and as the speed in a race where I think both favorites are a bit vulnerable. Now, Ben Duke has a lot more speed than Disarm, but Disarm, if you look at the time form pace projector, they have him back in last. I mean, that was a 4-horse field where they absolutely crawled at Churchill. And to be honest, it was his worst race he's probably run in his entire career. So I'm not sure that he has a horse I really want. Now, listen, I've always liked him, and I'd love to see him get back to his good races, but he never really even got back to them last year, right?
Yeah, we'll see. It may be a case of, just found the right field that
I agree.
day.
I agree. He may listen. It's not like he and Ben Duke have the best race of anybody here. Make no mistake. But that doesn't mean they're going to win today. And I think Horace Mann's a very interesting alternative as to speed.
He's got legitimate sprint speed from that inside post, and you know where he's drawn, especially he's going to use it. That's the feature coming up next. 8th has gone official. Cloud Without Rain with that win. You can play all the action, of course, right there with Nyra Bets. Get signed up, started, bet any track, anywhere, anytime with that offer for new members. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Punch in that code at sign-up, match 200, and you're ready to roll right there at NyraBets.com. Big afternoon for this rider, Francisco Arrieta, collecting his 4th win on the card.
Let's see what he's got going for him going forward. Well, he's scratched and catching freedom, and he's on a first in the last race. But that's a heck of a day.
This one was never in question. Cloud Without Rain just dominant here in the 8th to run his record now. The 6-year-old 2 for 26. And this one, you saw Francisco Arrieta take a peek to the inside video board, realized he was home free, and then just wraps up.
Yeah, he was comfortably in front. And, he went down to 8-5. He won like he should have been 2-5. Took that late punch, but man, he destroyed that field. So, you got to see it.
Easy time of things. Yeah, we were able to sneak that one in. Little bonus coverage there. In the feature next, we're going to talk some Triple Crown Trail. The big one still remaining here in New York. That is the Wood Memorial. We're going to see this Derby contender next. For Rick Dutrow Jr., Captain Cook. Can he take a step forward off that impressive Derby prep win last time out in early April? Stay with us.
And they're off at the Nyra Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Back with you on our Friday coverage with the feature to come at Oaklawn. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get signed up and started. We got our big Derby prep here in New York still to come in early April. Wood Memorial. Take a look at that leaderboard. Cole Battle, the terrific story of trainer Lonnie Briley and this horse who actually began on the grass and now is undefeated and a 3-time stakes winner on the dirt, still atop that list.
A lot of people won't remember that Monomoy Girl ran in the grass the first 2 times she ever ran. And then one of the owners suggested she might be a dirt horse and went on to do that. Cole Battle, he's undefeated in the dirt, I believe.
He is, and the horse who was 6th on that points list, that is the horse that I think everyone would agree, probably for the most part, is the horse to beat right now in journalism.
No question about it. I mean, his last race was sensational. Barnes also ran very well in finishing second, but journalism's a horse who has the speed to put himself in contention, but he doesn't need the lead, and he's fast, and he's good, and he is the Derby favorite.
We'll get to him in a moment. We're going to start with very intriguing prospect here in New York for Rick Dutrow Jr., Captain Cook. Kind of sort of his coming out party happened in the Withers.
Yeah, and I think he's kind of lost in the shuffle of so many other races being run, and Rick is waiting for the Wood. Now, listen, he's lightly raced, and it's going to get a much more stirrer test. Perhaps Chance McPatrick may be in there, but this horse ran extremely well, I thought, in the Withers. Got, I believe, a 94 buyer. Early voting won the Withers just a few years ago. It's not like it's a race that hasn't produced runners. Have a lot of respect for Rick Dutrow, and I think he's a horse that's just not really on people's radar. And I'm going to be a bit of a homer and say I want to see the horse that run in our races do well. And I think there's a really good chance that this horse is one of the good ones. And he was purchased in the dispersal when John Hendrickson unfortunately passed away, the Mary Lou Whitney stable horses. So in a way, he's kind of racing for the memory of Mary Lou Whitney as well, and I like that story.
Yeah, bred by Mary Lou Whitney Stables. What a story that would be. And a big jump forward in that third set. It was just off a maiden win, too. First try in a stake in the Withers and jumps up, runs a 94 buyer, as you said, but did it very professionally.
Yeah, and Vinny Viola bought him. And, you know, Vinny's anybody that brings the Stanley Cup up to Saratoga is okay by me.
Yeah, no, that was a, well, talk about it's popular wherever it goes.
Yeah.
It was extremely popular at Saratoga. Let's bring in Richie Migliore. Mig, get your thoughts on this Triple Crown Trail and the horse we were just talking about who looks like the horse to beat in journalism.
Yeah, journalism has been far and away the most impressive winner of a Derby prep in the San Felipe, running 108 buyer speed figure. The same as California Chrome, and California Chrome obviously went on to win the Kentucky Derby in the Preakness. What I loved about this effort, listen, Barnes ran lights out, and at first blush you'd watch this and go, well, maybe Barnes doesn't want to stay. It wasn't that at all. Barnes ran, and he ran through the wire, put a lot of separation onto to the third place finisher. But watch the way journalism finds more. His stride just seems to get stronger as he goes on. And out of all the Derby contenders so far, he's the one that I feel has no problem, and I have no doubt that he'll stay the 1.25 miles. I mean, he kind of hit another gear as they came to the wire. Now, I was talking with his conditioner, Michael McCarthy, who's a former assistant to Todd Pletcher. He's a great horseman, Mike. And he was saying how that the training has just been a little bit interrupted because of the fact that they've had inclement weather in California. And when they seal the main track, they do not allow horses to gallop or work. You know, the difference between a gallop is a very contained, exercise where they're not going fast. A work is a speed work where they want the horse to really stretch their legs. They do not allow horses to do that, mandated by the CHRB, the California Horse Racing Board. When a track's been sealed, it has to be 48 hours that track is opened up before they allow horses to work on it. So journalism has been going to the training track in the infield of the Santa Anita main course, and that is synthetic. And Michael is not comfortable breezing or working a horse on synthetic. So he's had to wait until they allow the horses to start working again. And that'll be either tomorrow or Sunday that journalism will get his next work in for the Santa Anita Derby, which is where he is pointing. But it's kind of interesting. They're not allowed to train on it until it's open 48 hours, but they will race on it. It's kind of something that they should really look at maybe and scrutinize a little bit more, because it really inhibits trainers from training their horses properly into a race on a surface they're going to race over anyway.
I couldn't possibly agree with Richie anymore. I mean, it's either safe or it's not safe. If you don't feel it's safe, don't race on it. I have no issue with that whatsoever. but I don't understand that at all. To be honest, I think Richie makes a very, very good point.
What about this horse, though, coming back? That's his first start in 2.5 months. It's his 3-year-old debut. He runs the fastest of anyone who's going to line up at this Kentucky Derby to this point. 108 Bayer. If he moves forward off that, which he could potentially do, that's scary, isn't it?
He'd be even better than that. Yeah, I mean, he's old-time fast, you know. I've been around a long time. Remember when horses used to run bigger figures? One of the reasons we don't see it that often is these horses are so lightly raced coming in their 3-year-old years, going to the Derby. They haven't had a chance to get good enough to run those figures. If they stuck around, they could run those numbers. A lot of people that I respect, particularly, felt that the Los Al Derby, where he ran time before, I think he got a figure in the 80s or something. That
87,
maybe
yeah.
It probably could have been closer to 100. And a friend of mine who I respect a great deal said that, and he liked him, and he was right. So if you look at it in that context, it's not even that big an improvement, right? It's a little bit better than a natural improvement, so it didn't come out of nowhere. And you also have to like his running style. He's got the speed to put himself in the game. He's not some pace-dependent plotter out there. And he was sitting behind a moderate pace from Barnes, who's clearly extremely good and was the Derby favorite going into that race. And he just went by him. He just flicked him off like a gnat when he went by him. And Barnes is a good horse, whatever he does going forward. These are powerful horses. And right now, California has a stranglehold in this Derby.
It looks like they're probably the 1-2 choices right now in the Kentucky Derby. A lot left to be said in these final 100-point preps.
But
they're exciting, no question. Here's what's ahead tomorrow. Get back at it in the Virginia Derby. 50 points to the winner of that race to get into the starting gate that first Saturday in May, and then come all those 100-point preps to the winner.
I'm glad the UAE Derby gets 100 points to rep because that has been such a productive race for the Kentucky Derby going forward. Give me a break, guys. Well, actually, that's not quite fair. Forever Young probably
there you go.
won the Derby last year, so I kind of stand
He's
corrected
turned out
already.
to be okay.
He's not a bad horse.
Probably should have won the Kentucky Derby as well. Friday feature, it is next from Oaklawn, approaching the 11-minute mark to post. 8-5 favorite, Ben Duke, making his 6-year-old return. We'll be back.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And here's Tama in the final stages. The Santa Anita Derby goes to Tama. It's Tama, absolutely terrific, winning Malibu by 4 widening lengths.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Friday coverage. Coming up this weekend, early stakes action on the card here at South Ozone Park, New York with a Jimmy Winkfield 6-furlong sprint for 3-year-olds running for $125,000 in T-Craft. We'll try and make it 3 in a row in his stakes debut.
Yeah, well, I was for my buddy Lee Einseidler, but I don't like this horse tomorrow. I think if you want a horse out of this race, you're supposed to take I Can who in my opinion did a lot more dirty work. It was a great ride on T-Craft, and he was able to take advantage of him. But with him drawing inside in here and Ican drawing the far outside post, I think it would probably reverse that order and finish. And there are other new players in here as well. There's one rank outsider in this race. Otherwise, Greg, I think anyone can win this race.
Yeah, why no one's really created separation in terms of their ability, it seems like, in this field. Is do it for Michael? Is he the speed of the speed in here?
I don't know. You know, and a lot of it always ends up depending on how they're riding them. I'd like to see him be speed in this race, but more importantly, this horse that, in my opinion, was running races that were close to competitive on dry tracks as a 2-year-old. He's had 5 months to improve since then. Sort of natural improvement gets him just faster than these horses. So I was kind of hoping he'd take a step forward and get it done in here. But we'll see. He's got to ship up from Maryland and get it done. Sometimes it's hard when you come to New York.
Kendrick Carmouche will hop on board for the first time. Jerry Robb, 3 for 5 with a runner-up finish. He's been very good and very consistent as well. We got a filly taking on the boys as well. That is Paula's a star for Tom Morley.
Yeah, well, Tom's doing his Wesley Ward impersonation, running fillies against colts, and I respect it. I think he wanted to get another race that didn't fill. I read something about that. So why not take a shot in here? She ran a fast race. It's not like she's 20-1 in this race. See where she stands. See how she's good enough going forward. I think it's a good idea. The earlier you find out with these horses, if you think they're competitive at higher levels, the better off it is, because if they're not good enough, it makes the choice easier to find, you know, more realistic, softer spots. And if they are, it's good to know.
Well, another one that used her speed last time out. She went Gates Wire in a maiden win, but she got a figure that seems to fit with this group. She might have a hard time, though, getting the lead tomorrow.
I agree. I don't love her chances in here, but I don't think she's uncompetitive, and it's not like she looks bad on paper. She's going to have to run probably a little bit better, but she's not. Her last race was fast.
Again, that's race 4, 2:47 Eastern time. Tomorrow in our coverage, Jimmy Winkfield. We look forward to it. We hope you join us on Saturday with the feature next at Oaklawn, race 9, mile and a 16th. In, as you said, really a prep for the big one.
Yeah,
Oaklawn
I mean,
Handicap.
the Oaklawn Handicap's coming up, and obviously horses could have run in the stakes, but you know, you have to think that Ben Duke in particular is looking to use this race, but disarm as well. Especially now that they know Sierra Leone's not going there, and he's going in Fairgrounds next week.
Here's Horace Mann, speed from the inside.
Yeah, I'm not betting him at 2-1. I thought he might be a little bit better than that, but I do like him to wire this field.
Zatara, the biggest price on the board.
My problem is he has one race, the 1-2 back, that's good enough, and I just don't see him reproducing it here to win.
Classic Car Wash coming off a victory here.
He is, and he's in good form for Mark Casse, but he also has to step it up to win.
There's Ben Duke, 6-year-old return.
Yeah, he's a little chilly on the board right now. Expect him to be favored by post time, but they're treading lightly.
Mark Casse Barn, New Gelding in a jam.
It's a weird horse. He hasn't been on the dirt since the early part of his career, and he's just not a good dirt horse.
Tonka Warrior, old veteran who we've seen quite a bit.
Yeah, he's got some races not that long ago that gave him a little bit of a chance, but his last race was atrocious, even though it was a tougher field.
And off since late September, 5-year-old return for Disarm for Steve Asmussen.
I've always liked this horse. This horse ran very well behind Arcangelo to be second in the Travers, and he just didn't put it together last year. And, you know, Steve Asmussen, it's frequently they improve, and he's one that did not improve for him. Now, whether or not he can suddenly, as a 5-year-old, show that improvement remains to be seen. His lack of speed could be a problem in here.
Well, again, the speed looks to be down inside with more on Horace Mann. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I think Horace Mann is your clear-cut speed here, although I have an opinion about Ben Duke. I'll get to that in a moment. But with the inside draw, Horace Mann, natural speed in a race that doesn't appear to have a tremendous amount of speed signed on, I look for Ramon Vasquez to allow this horse to use his stride and move forward and either make the lead or at least set or press a legitimate pace, if you will, especially from that inside post. For me, that always just kind of simplified things. You know, I'm inside. I've got to hold my position. I don't want to get shuffled back. Ramon Vasquez is riding extremely well. 2 really good rides today. 2 winners already on the card. Francisco Arrieta, 4 wins today on the card. His mount scratched here. And what I like is every time they win, Francisco Arrieta beating a path to that bell, ringing the bell 4 times today. And he said, hey, these horses keep providing me with my living. I'm going to keep giving back. And a lot of guys will ring the bell once. Francisco Arrieta ringing it every single time he wins. But Horace Mann looks great physically. He's got tactical, if not controlling speed here and the inside draw. Ben Duke, one of the best looking horses you will ever see. He's just so well put together. And he's training well at Payson Park, a track that's traditionally been a track that puts a lot of foundation, a lot of stamina into horses. And he's bringing his Florida tan in here to Oaklawn Park. His coat is resplendent. I think it's a mistake to try to rate Ben Duke at all. I think he's a horse that is better going a little faster than slower. Some horses don't change gears, they stay on. And every time I think this horse has delivered his best performances is when they allow him to use his stride and really stride out. Years ago, and Andy will remember this horse, Individual for John Kimmel, an AP Indy colt. I'd put him on the lead, try to slow the pace down, and then horses will run by him. The day I got, just frustrated and allow him to bounce along and go probably too fast, he doggedly maintained a fast pace. And Ben Duke reminds me of that, a horse that just wants to go forward and use his stride. And Rafael Bejarano should just get out of his way. And if he wants to go to the lead, let him go to the lead. And then that brings us to Disarm, who's coming off of the layoff, looks fantastic, which all of Steve Asmussen's runners do. But Steve is a trainer that kind of prepares horses for the big day. And I don't think you'll see the best of Disarm today. I think you'll see a good effort, but I think he's setting him up for the Oaklawn Park handicap. And I see a bigger, stronger horse at 5 than I saw at 4. I think it just took him a little bit longer to find his full maturity. I think you're going to see a really good version of Disarm this year as a 5-year-old.
Well, that's the way it should be. We'll see. 5 years old, we don't see a lot of them, get to that age, but when they do, theoretically, they should come into their own and be at their best.
I would love to, but I just don't think it's likely, given he stepped backwards from his 3 to his 4-year-old year. And I hope I'm wrong. I do. I've always liked this horse. I certainly have a great deal of respect for Steve, especially to improve horse going forward, but he was worse last year. He frankly never really ran a particularly competitive race. He had some reasonably tough spots, but let's not kid ourselves. It was one of the worst year for older horse stake races that we've seen, males in the dirt going long. As far as the pace, if Horace Mann breaks cleanly and he isn't in a lead, then I don't think Ramon Vasquez wants to talk to Phil D'Amato, the trainer, ever again in his life, because he is so much faster than these horses early and with the rail. I think Ben Duke, I agree with Richie, should be a bit forward in here. But if he's in front of the 1 and the 1 broke cleanly, then either he's in a full-out drive or Vasquez has some questions to answer. And I respect Ramon Vasquez as a rider. I don't see it happening. I don't see it as even a remote possibility, personally.
Well, and you believe, too, at a mile and a 16th, a distance on the dirt, you think he can finish?
Well, I mean, he wanted a mile at Churchill. Now, that was a one-turn mile, but sometimes one-turn miles are tougher because the paces are harder on horses, right? I mean, last time out, he was chasing a very fast pace in the race, and he fell apart on a muddy, sealed track. I don't want to hold too much against him. You go and take away the 3 races on wet tracks, and this horse has run 92 and 98 Beyer in 2 of those 3. And, I mean, I would rather have a speed horse around 2 turns than a speed horse around 1 turn, where the paces are often much harder. I mean, one of the reasons that closers, the horses like a Cody's Wish, I don't think Cody's Wish was a 1-turn horse. I think he was a pace-dependent horse. When he didn't run his race in the Whitney that day, but it was also a very slow pace. He needs a pace to close into, and one of the reasons that, elongated 1-turn miles like they have at Churchill and Naira, those races, the second quarter heats up, right? It's almost always faster than the first quarter. So they really heat the pace up. It just helps closers. It's natural.
We'll see what happens here coming up. Classic Car Wash. Is this maybe a horse that at least can keep company to Horace Mann and make him work a little harder early?
Not really, because he has some speed, but he's not really a speed type. So, yeah, they could be really aggressive. But I think, Richie talked about Individual, and I do remember him. Sometimes you want them to get that sort of cadence going, get them moving a bit faster, and horses get in a rhythm. I agree with Richie. It's not how fast they're going, it's how they're going fast. And I think there's a misconception that horses, need to finish. And I'll go back to, and I'm not going to get into the discussion of what went on in the Tampa Bay Derby, but the notion that the best way to win that race would be to rate the 4-horse, the Mark Cassie, in a slow pace was just foolhardy. Don't run him. If you got a speed horse, needs the speed, go to the lead. Just go to the lead. Many more speed horses have pulled off massive upsets going to the front than they've pulled off upsets rating. You know, they just doesn't happen very often. And I don't understand why trainers don't seem to get it, to be honest with you. You got a speed horse. I know Richie gets it. Got a speed horse. You put him on the front end, and you hope things work out.
We know one trainer who certainly gets it, too. He's based out on the West Coast.
Yeah.
He's won how many derbies?
He's had a few big wins in his day, Bob
He is
Baffert.
not afraid to go to the lead.
And he's not afraid to go to the lead and look bad. He did it with Arrogate. He did it with West Coast to win the Travers, and they weren't speed horses, Richie.
No, and particularly in dirt racing especially, speed is dominant. You want to be forward in speed. And I get frustrated watching riders put a speed horse in the lead and then slow them down to the point where they allow the closers in the race. In essence, and this is a very simple thing to me, you are allowing a closer to be on top of you. So in essence, your strategy becomes, I'm going to outclose a closer. I'm going to outkick the kicker. No, I'm going to try to put some separation and make you come and get me. And maybe if I go just quick enough, I take you off the bridle and mitigate your late kick because you've had to chase me for so long.
Many good horses, Richie, I think you would agree, have tired from chasing more than they have sitting on top of slow paces.
9-5 favorite Ben Duke, his 6-year-old return for Bill Mott. We're set for the feature on the Friday card. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Disarm to round out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. A bad stumble at the break from Zatara. Tonka Warrior was slow to go. Horace Mann from the inside going to the lead. Classic Car Wash, a half-length back pressing in second. Disarm takes the third position. The gray in a jam shuffled back to fourth while getting towards the rail into the first turn. Ben Duke racing in fifth. Tonka Warrior is second to last early. And Zatara, the long shot, after stumbling at the break, is detached from the rest as they round the clubhouse turn. Horace Mann, Ramon Vasquez showing the way. 3/4 of a length. Classic Car Wash right behind him in second. His stablemate In a Jam taking the third position away from Disarm, who settled down in fourth. 3 lengths off the lead. Down the back stretch they go. Ben Duke in a good gallop. He's fifth ahead of Tonka Warrior, who's 5 clear of Zatara down the backside. Not a fast pace here set by Horace Mann. On top 3/4 of a length. Classic Car Wash still right there. Mild pressure on the outside. He's applying to Horace Mann as they approach the fourth turn. In a Jam, the gray is third. Disarm still racing comfortably in fourth. So is Ben Duke in fifth on the inside. The two favorites fourth and fifth around the turn. Disarm already getting closer. Ben Duke has run behind the leaders, searching for racing room right now. Tonka Warrior in an all-out drive outside of him, coming to the top of the lane. Horace Mann shaken up. Disarm making a move to the front in the 3-path. There he goes. Disarm to take command at the top of the lane. Horace Mann under pressure from the inside. Classic Car Wash gives way at the top of the lane. Disarm gets the jump on Ben Duke, who's switching outside for a final furlong rally. Disarm is asked for his best. Ben Duke getting towards the inside now. He wants to lug in a little bit here. Ben Duke. Disarm 16th to go. A 2-length lead on Ben Duke, who's charging fast. Disarm on the line. He's got a head in front, and he's going to get it. Disarm gets up. Ben Duke second. Classic Car Wash was third. And fourth was Horace Mann.
Disarm off the bench, wins in his 5-year-old return, holding off Ben Duke.
And I'm going to say that Keith Asmussen just outrode Rafael Bejarano in this race, and certainly be interested in Richie's thoughts on it. But unlike Ben Duke, Rafael Bejarano seemed perfectly content to be sitting well off of what we knew was going to be a tepid pace. But Keith rode him like he and his father talked about it and said, we need to be on top of the pace. They're not going to be going very fast. And you had asked me earlier, and I didn't think he had a chance to be within hailing distance. Well, he was right on top of the pace, so he was able to finish. And I think they gave Ben Duke too much to do. I don't think either of these horses ran great, and I don't think they're winning the Oaklawn Handicap of these efforts, but it's nice to see them both run well today.
Certainly surprising, though, Meg, to see Ben Duke as far back as he was.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was Rafael Bejarano's fault. Excuse me. He looked just a little bit lethargic in the run by me the first time. I'm here set up right behind the finish line. But Disarm was two critical things in the race to me. He was ridden aggressively out of the gate by Keith Asmussen to get position. There wasn't a lot of pace on. 48-1 is slow. And then in mid-stretch, he drifted out when he was clear, and that kind of made Ben Duke kind of have to look at him, slow his momentum down, alter course to his inside, all legal, all within the boundaries of race riding. And to me, that you muted his rally just a little bit and helped Disarm go forward. And honestly, guys, I think Disarm can really build off of this race as well. Like I said, I think he's a bigger, stronger version of himself. Just took him a little bit longer to get to that full maturity. And I think he'll be a fitter racehorse last time, even though obviously he was fit enough to get it done today. Next time, I think he'll even be a better version of himself. But this was a really nice effort and a really good ride by Keith Asmussen.
First start back in 5.5 months for this horse.
I'm going to withhold judgment until I see the speed figures, to be honest, without looking at numbers, because my feeling is that Horace Mann kind of stunk. And Classic Car Wash is a horse that routinely runs sort of mid-80 buyers, and if they ran their races, then this is going to be like around a 91 or so. And I'm not saying that Disarm can't get better, but he's still, and I'll wait to see the figures. Maybe I'm wrong misjudging it, but he still is yet to show me that he even got back to his 3-year-old form. I think he won today because he got a very good ride. And I agree with what Richie said about drifting in the stretch. Keith, I think that Keith outrode Bejarano.
8-5-3-1 finish. Disarm collects the 4th victory of his career for the former Travers runner-up back in 2023.
Be a part of history and reserve your place at the all-new Belmont Park. Secure your priority deposit today for an exclusive selection of hospitality offerings, from luxury suites to premium lounges with breathtaking racetrack and paddock views. The new Belmont Park will feature modern amenities, delivering the perfect blend of tradition and innovation alongside world-class racing. Don't miss your chance to experience tradition reimagined. Visit newbelmont.com today and claim your spot.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I am so pleased to be joined by Keith Asmussen, who just delivered a perfect ride on Disarm. And I thought there were a few critical moments in the race, Keith. And first of all, riding him away from the starting gate to get forward position. Is that something you and your dad had kind of discussed previous?
Absolutely. You want to get him in the race away from the gate just because, you know, he stays for days. And, you know, a mile and 16th race, you wish it was a mile and a quarter just because he's such a stayer. Given how the racetrack was playing today, a little speed favoring, definitely didn't want to leave him too much to do on something that could cost him.
It looked to me like you kind of cracked on him a little bit going into the far turn, and he really jumped in the bit, almost like you wanted to slow him down a little bit, like he was going to do too much.
Just like he said, you know, just down the backside, super comfortable horse, doesn't really pick up the bit. I mean, like 3 jumps before the 3/8, you know, I just tapped him. Man, he jumped in the bit like that. I was like, oh my goodness, I got a ton of horse. Not that you wanted to kill his momentum or anything, but I just made sure to stay as still as possible. And then turning for home, he just had a whole nother gear, so it was pretty awesome.
He ran so big, but there was another key moment, I thought, mid-stretch. You drifted out a little bit. Ben Dugu's in the midst of his rally. Totally legal, really pure good race riding. And then it made him kind of hesitate momentarily and go to your inside, and I thought that helped preserve the win.
Oh, absolutely. Don't look back. I assure they're coming. And it's you know, it was a pretty tough race, and awfully excited for this horse in his 5-year-old year. You know, turning for home, pulled it through left-handed, he jumped to his right lead. I was like, oh my gosh, this horse is amazing, because he just leveled off so beautifully. So
now you work a lot of horses for your dad in the mornings, and other people as well. And the enthusiasm you just showed, is this a horse that you've worked, and what differences, if you have you seen in him?
yeah, I'm lucky enough to have been around this horse his entire career. He had been with Scott Blasey down in the fairgrounds, and Scott always raves about the horse, so I definitely felt the pressure and was very excited to deliver.
Great job, really a terrific ride. And guys, it's fun when you watch a young man deliver a ride that really contributes to a win. Keith Asmussen riding in terrific form.
When old men do it, like me.
The enthusiasm. When really you were in a race?
No.
The enthusiasm
Yeah,
for both these guys, Keith and Eric, it's infectious. This horse 4th in the Derby a couple years ago, 2nd in the Travers. We'll see. First start back in 5.5 months. Maybe he can build off it, but again, he's got to try and put a disappointing year behind him.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see who shows up in the Oaklawn Park Handicap, and we'll see what happens the rest of the year. Certainly like to see him do well.
Finale still to come.
This is
the Friday card.
We really, everything else has been just filler until we get to this race.
Arkansas bred
week.
Maiden claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. Favorite right now. Hey, it's a good betting race, at least 7-2 on a first-time starter for the man who's won 4 already today.
Now, is he getting bet because Arietta's having a big day? Because this guy's taking a lot of money, especially for a horse that's been training down Louisiana Downs. It's kind of odd, right? So we'll see if he keeps taking money, because he's actually bet a little bit in the multi-race bets. Not favored, but bet a little.
We'll get a look at filly on the track momentarily. Sales toppers from the March OBS 2-year-old and training sale. We talked about the gun runner that set a new record going for $3 million. 3/4 sibling to Papa Cap. Bapio, both stakes winners. And there's hip number 654, son of Gun Runner, for Eddie Woods, consigned by Eddie Woods. Again, he's been doing this for 31 years, selling horses. And next month is going to be his swan song.
Wow. Well, Zaydon has turned out to be the best friend to people with these sales, because when they sell for big money, it feels like he's buying them 90% of the time for Bob Baffert. So you'll see him out in California, this Gun Runner, and they've spent a lot of money on some horses, but they've gotten some runners, including Barnes and others.
That one, tied for the fastest time at the distance during the Under Tax Show, 9-3. A couple of other big runners. We had record made as well, $7 million or more sales at this.
And 2 of them were Maxfields?
Well, certainly, yeah.
I mean, I get like we're looking at one that Toasting's the Dam was pretty good, and Quality Road's the sire. I mean, Maxfield was a reasonably nice racehorse, but I don't quite understand. I understand buying freshman sires that are selling cheap when they had some ability, but that's a lot.
Must have looked awfully good. Here's Acacia Clement with more from the sale.
I'm here with consignor Kieran Dunn over at Waver Tree Stables. We saw some fireworks on the first day of the OBS March 2-year-old sale, $1 million for hip number 119, a Maxfield. Kieran, well done. Congratulations. Been a strong start to the sale for you. I know that you said that this colt has just really done everything right from the beginning.
Yeah, he really has. I mean, the hardest thing in the world to do is say something original when this happens, because the reason it happens is because he did all the things that they're supposed to do. But he's always been a nice colt. I mean, we were fortunate. He was early in the morning when we bought him at Keeneland. I think that's why we got him for what we got him. He was never targeted at this sale because he was a later foal, but he was just so forward and easy going in everything he done. we decided to take a chance, and obviously he's just performed unbelievably on the day.
We got to give him some cookies after he went through the ring as well. Seems like he has a really good mind on him.
He is, you know what I mean? Look, the kid who looks after him, Oscar, is just a great kid. And he's like, you know, he's like a kid's pony with him, you know what I mean? It's the other day, he got a little bit of a scare, and I seen him patting him down the neck, and he goes, "It's okay, it's only me." You know, so it's rewarding for those guys too. They put a lot of work in, and to see it come to fruition is great for them also.
Well, again, $7 million or more selling for that price. That is the most ever at this OBS March Zero. So setting records.
I hope we
Tremendous.
see some in Saratoga.
Yeah, and hip number 636 out of Toasting, who was, as you brought up, who was an OBS March grad herself.
A very nice horse as well, and that one's a quality road, and he's a proven sire.
Yeah.
A proven top sire. So I'm interested to see what he does. Not surprised that one sold for a lot.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Big stake coming up over the weekend out in Hot Springs, named after one of the all-time favorites in those parts. 2020 Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, the great Whitmore. We'll catch up with him, see how he's doing in retirement when we come back.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. The nightcap, 13 minutes away to close things out at Oaklawn Park. Big weekend coming up with a stakes sprint, named after the horse we're about to tell you about. He has become one of, if not the most popular horses to ever run in Hot Springs. For all Whitmore accomplished, 9 wins on his home track, 7 of them stakes victories. Oaklawn has made sure that he will never be forgotten. We've caught up with the former Breeders' Cup Sprint champ in his retirement with a new best friend by his side.
He's kind of digging this jumping thing. It's pretty cool. He's been doing great. He's been theoretically in training all winter. We just do what we can. And he's trotting over some stuff and actually jumping some stuff, which is pretty cool. I think he's actually going to be really good at it. He has some really good instincts. He's really easy to ride. He stays pretty level-headed. Ask him if he can turn left, turn right, keep his balance, slow down, speed up, and then trot over some stuff that is laid out in front of him. That's all it is. And stay relaxed, not get worried about stuff he touches his feet on, or, like that's all really important.
Really good. He was so careful.
He doesn't have to jump high. He's totally sound and been happy. He's been in nail-on shoes for over a year now. I'll probably hit some little schooling shows or something this summer, just to have fun. And I don't think anything major. He's very far away from major competition. Excellent work, Whit. He basically took all summer off last year and played in the field with his sister, we call it. It's a little mini mule named Honey Bunny's sister friend. She basically rears up and pummels him on his withers with her little tiny hooves and tries to bite his neck. She's not tall enough to do that. And then he's like, okay, here we go. And then they run around like yahoos, like he's at the track. He just canters and she's running as fast as she can. Keeps him out of trouble, probably. I can't imagine what he would get into if he just was by himself in a field for a while. Oh, it was so cool. They were yelling his name and he was just, you can just feel him like really proud. He like got off the trailer like 6 inches bigger than he was. He's like, I'm back. I knew it was gonna happen. They named my barn after me. I'm going to my house, into my stall, into my barn at my racetrack. And he's like, yeah, I'm awesome. Like his head barely fit through the stall when he walked in and out. Took him to the track the next morning. He came on the racetrack, spun out, ran sideways, snorting, bucking, tail going everywhere. He's like, no, I think I've got a few more races in me. But yeah, I think he's pretty happy. He's pretty happy.
Pretty terrific career he put together, including that shining moment in the 2020 Breeders' Cup Sprint. That's 7 graded stakes wins and a 9-time winner in Hot Springs.
Yeah, no, he obviously, and that big win in the Breeders' Cup as well, a very popular horse there.
Brad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
He's not riding him this weekend, is he? Oh, he's not running. Just kidding.
He might be able to hold his own against that group.
No, it's a pretty good field, actually.
Whitmore, grade 3, race 10 on the card on Saturday. We will not be on air to show this one. You will be able to watch it on Naira Bets. Yeah, but yeah, good group that's going to line up in this spot. Booth, Steve Asmussen, he'll have Eric aboard to ride coming off a stakes win at Oaklawn.
It's interesting because this horse debuted with a huge figure down at Keeneland, beating a very highly touted horse at the time named Nash. And he's just been a massive disappointment since that debut, never running even close to that effort. And then suddenly last time, when they were finally more aggressive with him, he ran this huge race. And I think if you take apart his PPs, he's 4 for 8 lifetime with 2 big efforts. The 2 big efforts are the only 2 times they've gone to the front with him. So they're going to have to be aggressive with him. But with the presence of Glenn Gary in here, he could be in a little bit of trouble, and even Durante on the outside. So I'm not sure how the pace is going to work out for him, but I wonder if he really needs the lead to run his very best race.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's 2 really outlier performances.
How about
Meanwhile,
I love Close the Game Sugar.
Happy as a choice. Tejano Twist. They'll get reunited. Happy as a choice, just missing against Tejano Twist, and that 2-race win streak came to an end in the King Cotton.
Well, Tejano Twist got left in that race, and I'm going to tell you it's going to be even more pace in the race today than last time out, and given how he can close, he's going to be pretty dangerous in here with his late run. This guy, you know, he had a lot of times he lost to Skelly, but he's also lost a couple games to Close the Game Sugar. And I'm a big fan of Close the Game Sugar, so I'm glad to see him back.
Tejano Twist proving, it was a 6-year-old last time out, too. Still, he has plenty left in the tank when he won that King Cotton. Giant Mischief, meanwhile, we saw here in New York. Winner of the Fall Highway. He's going to come in fresh off the bench for his 5-year-old return.
I think the appeal of him is that he's Brad Cox. But in general, in his races, from a speed figure standpoint, he's not fast enough. Now, he's a better horse maybe when he's able to control, even though he's 1 rating. Well, he has no chance to be the speed in this race, and you don't want to be the speed in this race. But I don't know that he's quite good enough. Like I said, I think that the horse Tejano Twist is very dangerous in this race. I think Close the Game Sugar is the interesting horse in here. This is a horse, we saw him upset the Mahoney at Saratoga. The Mahoney really should be a grade 1 because it's been a feeder race to a race that somehow became a grade 1 at Kentucky Downs that shouldn't probably be a grade 3. But Mahoney's a good race. A lot of good horses have come out of it. In fact, he also ran, who finished first, finished second, won the fake grade 1. But, I mean, won the Bing, second, the Bing Crosby, lost the Chosen Vron. I mean, this horse has kept some very good company. Now, he stunk at Churchill last time, but his good races make him tough in here, and he draws well towards the outside.
And he usually shows up. First or second, 8 of his 10 starts, 5 wins.
And he's a Met fan. I mean, how do you not root for a horse that's named for the closer for the Mets?
Julien Leperoux will be aboard.
See you, Met fan?
I'm from the West Coast, remember.
Here it is, Greg. It's getting close. You've been talking to me about this race for a solid week. It's almost here.
Look at the board. This is a terrific betting board.
I didn't say it wasn't. I mean, if you're excited, I'm excited.
Here is the favorite right now at 7-2.
Elvis Presley is in the building. He's had a lot of chances. A little tough to take 7-2 on this guy.
Nip it in the bud, Ron Moquette. Speaking of Whitmore.
Take a little money. The first foal ran a 43 buyer combined in his 2 starts.
Spicy Noodles did very little running first time out.
Yeah, he would be an upsetter.
Sunday Sprinkles for Ike Green.
I prefer Sunday Sprinkles to Spicy Noodles at most of the time. I'm a big candy guy.
Okay.
Where are you?
You're sweet. I would go with the Noodles.
Yeah.
That horse took money first time out, by the way. Aunt Dixie went by.
Running. Yes, she did. Her debut actually was good enough to win here, but she's been bad since then.
Yeah, Holly Springs blinkers come off.
No running.
Called Darla, first-time starter.
This horse, the dam was kind of okay, relatively speaking, but taking no money.
Nice move. So here's Francisco Arrieta trying to get number 5 on the card.
I always take another look at the street strategies when I see them. This is a first foal from an unraced dam. There's no pedigree I can find. But this horse is not supposed to be 4-1. I'm saying live.
My Sweet Angel, a bit of a drop in class, but has done very little.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I'm guessing this field anyone can be 9-2 if this horse is favored.
First-time starter Meritude went by, 18-1, and here's another firster on the outside, Vision of Hope.
Aha. I'm getting some information, by the way, in the Whitmore. I'm going to share in a minute.
Okay.
First-time starter and Archie Brett. Durante and Glengarry are both entered in an allowance race, so they may not run.
Okay.
And if they don't run, then Booth suddenly becomes the speed, and Ricardo Santana is riding close to the game sugar. More of a Met fan maybe than Julian. Thank you, Ruben, for that information.
Oh, it's great intel.
Yeah.
All right, so yeah,
Appreciate
keep your
it.
eyes on those changes tomorrow. Let's go to Mig for more on this nightcap.
Yeah, guys, I mean, another full field. We got maidens here, and we'll start with the one, Presley's Turn, who's taking a lot of money off of a good effort last time. This horse was originally to be ridden by Joey Belmere. Unfortunately, Joey Belmere did break his collarbone over the weekend in that incident here, but we wish him a speedy recovery and return. I just wonder, guys, what kind of trip does the one Presley's Turn get from the rail? She doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed, and we've seen it, earlier in the day with other horses that were fancied, getting that inside post and just kind of getting buried in there with kickback and having to work out a trip. So I understand why this horse is taking money off a decent effort, but I think the post does her no favors. The 2, Nip It in the Bud, first-time starter from Ron Moquette, who has been doing so well, and his horse is running so well. He's actually in contention for, trying to catch Steve Asmussen for lead and trainer. I love the way this filly warmed up, daughter of Mark Valesky. Left the pony with Keith Asmussen, got a really nice, aggressive warm-up. And she's taking some money, for a first-time starter coming from a hot barn. And then the 9, another first-time starter who's taking money, 4-1 right now in a big field. Like what I saw from the warm-up. This is an Arkansas bred that's been training down at Louisiana Downs. Like what I saw, big, solid daughter of street strategy. And you get Francisco Arrieta, who is looking for his 5th win of the day. And when first-time starters take money, you have to pay attention.
All right, Mig, thank you. 5-2 favoritism. Meanwhile, as you look at that firster with Francisco Arrieta, the 9, 5-2 on the 1, Presley's Turn.
The only thing I would say about the firsters getting bet is they're not really that heavily bet. If you had a firster in here that you really liked, you couldn't bet enough. You know what I mean? And of course the Ron Moquette firster is going to take money. It's Ron Moquette. He wins a lot of races there. So I'm not surprised that one's bet. And 6-1, is that 7-1? And the 9, the only thing I'd say, and I would say the 9 is getting bet, being that the horse was trained in Louisiana Downs, so it's not like, the horse has been running locally and people have seen him train, is Arrieta has 4 wins. So I wonder if that has something to do with it. I'm not sure. I'm just guessing, because he does seem like he's taking some money, because he could be. A Louisiana Downs first, of course, coming in Louisiana Downs firster, this horse could be any price, right?
Yeah.
I imagine there's a
very
big
likely
price.
not a lot known.
Yeah, I want to see what morning line he was. Not that it matters.
10-1.
Well,
but
there you go.
Yeah, it's hard to put much into that.
Yeah, I agree.
From Oaklawn. The pride of New Jersey. Back in action today, and task made considerably easier when 8 of the 11, I believe, in the field scratched.
They saw Bookham Dano and said, no thank you. I believe he was 3/5 off a record or something. But on the other hand, we've seen some very fast races at Colonial Downs, but we're big fans of Bookham Dano on the show, so we're happy to see him do so well in here. And I believe the connections are taking him to Dubai to run the Godolphin Mile. Well, I like the connections, and I wish them well, and I wish he was running in the Carter on the same day.
Yeah.
But
quick time, though, disposes of just two rivals in that spot.
Yeah. We'll
Very
see.
talented horse.
I think he's a good horse. I wonder if he tailed off a little towards the end of the year. I also thought he probably didn't, the bar is very high for IRAD Ortiz. I didn't think he gave him special rides in either of his last couple of races. And I think probably not his best. And I hold him to a higher standard than most riders. But I think he could have a good year. They seem to think, of the trainer, that he wants to go longer. I'm suspect of that. Because it's not like he's a blazing speed that can use that tactical advantage. We'll see. I think he's a very good horse. We'll see what kind of races he can do best in.
He was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Even in defeat last year at Saratoga, put in a terrific effort.
He ran very well in the Allen Jerkins when finishing third. He didn't have the best of trips that day. He's not able to get that comfortable run going outside. Yeah, listen, he got beaten in the nose by Forever Young in the Saudi Derby, but that was a one-turn mile. Having said that, if he could back it down, but he doesn't really seem to have the speed that he once had. He seemed to have had a lot more speed earlier in his career, and he's sort of evolved into a more of a closer type, which I don't think necessarily would benefit him going longer.
Back to this finale coming up. The Ron Moquette firster you were mentioning has Keith Asmussen aboard. Nip it in the bud. That's the 2, 6-1 there. We talked about Francisco Arrieta, nice move. And then the 10, a class dropper, is taking some money. We've talked about, too, sometimes Arkansas breds in those state bred maiden specialists, it's not as big a drop as you would think.
Right. It's even true in New York breds. Sometimes there's a big difference, but sometimes there isn't. And I don't think there's that big a difference in the Arky breds. I'm not going to be surprised when they run. What if the firsters can't really run in this race? And it's not like they're getting bet that heavily in here. Because, I mean, the winning buyer in this race, the over-under is probably about 38.5. So unless a firster wins for the horses that have run, right, what do you really expect them to run?
Not going to have to put forth a Herculean effort, in other words. And it's the favorite is someone who's 0 for 7 who just got beat for state bred maiden 20.
I'm with Richie. That horse has no speed. And with the rail post, I wouldn't be shocked if he won, but I agree with what Richie said about this horse. I want no part of him from that post especially. And
why is this one favored? Just nothing else, I guess?
I don't know. I really don't know. To be honest, I don't know. I guess because there's nobody else to bet on.
Probably more of that than anything else. Richard Arami, a rider change, will be on the 1 for trainer Tim Dixon. That one is loaded up, 3-1 now on the inside runner, but still your favorite. See if we get a little chaos here to close out this Friday card from Hot Springs. Matt Dinnerman with the call.
For him. Meritude going in. Sunday Sprinkles. Meritude a little bit reluctant to go in there. Now she goes in. Sunday Sprinkles, the second time starter to post position number 4. 2 back. And Dixie, post position 5. And to the outside post, a Vision of Hope to round out the field. A Vision of Hope just trying to get her in one last bit here. Live racing resumes tomorrow. First post is 12:30, 11 races tomorrow. We'll see you then. For now, enjoy this nightcap. We're ready to go. They're off And a slow break out of the gate from Sunday Sprinkles, who's trying to recover after that beginning. Gets up into the second spot early. Aunt Dixie quickest, though, leads the way by about a length from Sunday Sparkles in second. My Sweet Angel third with a Vision of Hope to the outside. Spicy Noodles, the big long shot, 2.5 lengths off the pace. A gap of another 3 lengths more to Presley's turn the favorite in midfield. Meritude just past her. She's 3 clear of Nip It in the Bud, the first-time starter. Then Holly Springs, nice move. They're side by side. And Call Darla has no early speed as they go into the far turn. Aunt Dixie, Joe Romero on the lead by a length. Sunday Sprinkles cutting into the margin, 3/4 of a length behind. 2.5 back to a Vision of Hope, who's come under a hard ride in the third position. My Sweet Angel inside of her, she's pumped upon. And then comes Meritude, 5th, getting to the outside for the stretch drive. Sunday Sprinkles at the top of the lane, putting away Aunt Dixie, the early leader, who's tired in second. My Sweet Angel about to claim the second position. She's grinding away. Furlong to go. Sunday Sprinkles the leader. My Sweet Angel second. Here comes Nice Move with a big move down the center of the track. Nice Move is gobbling up ground. Here comes Nice Move from towards the back to take the lead, and it's a big day for Francisco Arrieta. That's 5 on the card. Nice Move gets the last laugh and wins it. Meritude was second. Third home, a Vision of Hope. And then Sunday Sprinkles.
Nice move. Nice afternoon for the pilot here. Francisco Arrieta does collect his 5th on this Friday card.
The first-time starter gets it done, and gets it done quite easily.
Nice move, first time out. Impressive, winning for the Ernie Witt barn. Part owner of this one as well. We're back tomorrow. We start actually on FS1 at 1 Eastern start time. We're actually on from 1 to 6 tomorrow. We've got a long day of action ahead of us.
I'll be starting out, and you'll be joining me around 2:30.
All right, get some rest tonight. We got a long day.
I got a lot of important stuff going on.
Big one at Jimmy Wakefield, part of our coverage tomorrow for you as well. Disarm, off a 5.5-month layoff, comes back with an impressive victory. Former Travers runner-up for Team Asmussen. In the Jimmy Wakefield, T. Craft going to try and make it 3 in a row. Stakes debut coming up. And Paula's a star. Philly. See if she can beat the boys in the Jimmy Wakefield. She comes off a maiden win for the Tom Morley barn. That's at 2:47 Eastern on tomorrow's coverage.